All right, hey, welcome everyone to the QuerySurge event on testing for quality in a data and analytics world. I'm Joe Colantonio, founder of Test Guild, and I'll be serving as your MC for today's session. Good to have you all here today. I already see it's going to be a great group, a bunch of people chatting already. We have folks from Florida, we have Gina from New York, we have Stephanie, Minnesota's here, Philip, where's Philip from? He doesn't say. But there is a map. Someone asked what the map is about. If you go on the top of this chat, there's a map that says where everyone's logged in from. So we have folks from the US, we have India, we have Canada, we have the Czech Republic, Germany, Ghana, Switzerland. All right, so it's a great worldwide turnout. So great to have you all here today. Good to have you. Awesome, awesome. Philip's from Brazil. How come Brazil doesn't show on the map? That's weird. Anyway, yeah, good to have you all here. Hopefully my voice and audio is fine. Let me know, make sure before we continue. I just want to make sure everything's perfect before we kick off today's activities. All right, we have the Ukraine here. We have Bill. All right, before we get into it, to start our awesome sessions, I want to make sure we go over how to get the most out of today's virtual event. The first one is chat, and everyone seems to know how to use chat, but just in case, to the right of this video, if you're on any of the platforms, but this is the Test Guild platform. There's a chat, and the chat is where we chat among ourselves, saying, hey, where we're from. Cool. Hey, Brazil. All right, so Philip's in LA, but originally from Brazil. Very cool. And Charles says, sounds great. Awesome. So everyone knows how to use the chat. Chat is where we chat among ourselves. So if a speaker says something and we just want to say, yeah, I agree, or maybe lend some of our own expertise, you drop it in the chat. If you want to ask the question to the speaker, you go to that Q&A tab. And the Q&A tab serves two functions. It's where we will get your questions, ask the speaker live on air. And also there's a polls. So when there's a poll live, I'll say, hey, the poll is live. When the poll is live, head on over to that Q&A tab. Hopefully that makes sense. And to learn more about QuerySurge, who is sponsoring this awesome event, you go to that Learn More tab, and they have a bunch of helpful links there. And if you click on the QuerySurge logo, it'll take you directly to QuerySurge as well. All right, so it's chat among ourselves. Q&A is where we ask questions to the speaker, and where we take polls, and Learn More is where you learn more about QuerySurge. Awesome. All right. Someone says they're from Portugal, but based in Berlin. Very nice. I'm originally from Rhode Island, but I'm in Tennessee. If you're wondering where my accent is from, it's the US, but it's different than a lot of other states. But anyway, great to have you all here. Also, we're going to have a prize. And, three prizes. First prize is $100 Amazon gift card. And second and third place are RTTS swag bags. So it's a mystery swag bag. It depends on where you're located. RTTS swag bags, I believe if you're in the US, they could ship them to you. If not, they'll contact you and work something else out for you. But first prize is a $100 gift card. To win these prizes, we're going to drop a link when it's time, during the break time, where you can participate in a game where it's match the quote with the match the speaker. So pay attention to these speakers, because a lot of the clues you have to match what a quote is from what speaker, and that's how you do it. And the top three timings will win. So we'll have a leaderboard and everything. Kim's from North Carolina. Good to have you, Kim. All right, hopefully that makes sense. I'll repeat this throughout the day, but as I said, we want to make this interactive as possible, so definitely take advantage of the chat. So I introduced myself. Now let me quickly introduce you all to QuerySurge. QuerySurge is a software division of RTTS, so you'll hear RTTS. RTTS is, they're the makers of QuerySurge, basically. And QuerySurge is one of the smartest data testing solutions that I know about that automates the data validation and testing of big data, data warehouses, and business intelligence reports. Really critical, especially in 2022. And as we go on into the upcoming years, I think big data has become more and more important. And what I love about this session is there's not a lot of data out there. Not a lot of data. There's not a lot of information out there on how to test data. So that's why I'm really excited to bring this to you all. So hopefully you get a lot of value out of it, because I think it's going to be really critical. So let's kick things off the right way with an opening keynote by Bill. And Bill is actually going to be joining us at the end at the end of the event to do a little wrap up. But here's Bill's session, followed by our next session. So check it out and keep the chat going. Let's make this as interactive as possible. And Curry, tell you a great crowd. So thank you so much, everyone, for that. Let's get to that session.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm going to go over the state of the market for data quality. We're going to start out with statistics and expert opinions. So we'll start out with an IDC study. One of the things they stated was that on the data side, there's way more volume and more sources spread across more clouds, making it more difficult to discover, manage, and control data. And also that nearly 80% of organizations are storing more than half their data in hybrid and multi-cloud infrastructures. So now you have to deal with on-prem and the cloud. Also, 79% of organizations have over 100 data sources and 30 have over 1,000. This is data flowing in from other applications, from websites, from everywhere. And also, only 6% of organizations have been able to find a standardization across all data management functions. So Gartner also has some interesting quotes. One of the things that Gartner said was that poor data quality costs organizations an average of $12.9 million, and it increases the complexity of data ecosystems, leads to poor decision-making. Also, good data quality provides better leads, better understanding of customers, and better relationships. And data quality is a competitive advantage that data and analytics leaders need to improve upon continuously. Lastly, they said by the end of this year, 70% of organizations will be tracking data quality levels via metrics, improving it by 60% to significantly reduce operational risk and costs. So obviously, Gartner feels that there's a big spotlight on data and data quality. Also, my favorite report, the World Quality Report, that comes out from Capgemini, Sogeti, and Micro Focus. It's probably the most interesting report in the testing space. It's the largest in our industry, and it's from quality engineering practices around the world and from different industries. The World Quality Report has a survey population of 1,750 senior execs across multiple sectors from different countries. So let's see what they had to say. One of the interesting things, I think, is that for the first time in 14 years, the World Quality Report mentioned data validation. So what they said was that 89% of those polled agreed that a robust data validation capability will not only improve efficiencies in terms of time and resources, but more importantly, will help to improve business decision-making. They also said that 88% agree that a robust data validation capability has a direct impact on customer satisfaction and on the accuracy of insights that will help to boost business profitability. So obviously, the experts believe, and the senior executives that they polled believe, that data quality is really important and data validation is also important. They also went on to poll their executives a bunch of questions. One of them is, to what extent does having a robust data validation capability provide a benefit to your organization? 89% said it improves efficiencies. 89% also said improves business. 88% said improves customer service. 88% said improves accuracy. And 87% says it improves bottom line. They also asked, what are the top 3 challenges in implementing an effective data validation strategy? And they've got multiple answers. The top one is multiple databases create a challenge, outdated data, too time-consuming, fragmented data sources, lack of automation tooling, lack of skills and expertise, and lack of senior stakeholder engagement. Some key observations and recommendations they made. 2 key observations: an increasing number of organizations see data validation as an important task to be carried out for better decision-making. Most organizations agree that effective data validation has a direct impact on customer experience and business outcomes. So then they went on to say that their key recommendation is invest in skills and the right level of thought leadership to get the best results and outcomes from data analytics. So it's key to have people with skills. It's also key to have management buy-in. My company and QuerySurge also has a survey that we do. We do for anybody that's going to do a proof of concept or get a demo from of QuerySurge. Our population of this survey Goes back about 3 years, has 1,090 managers and practitioners across 30 industries from 45 companies that are all looking for an automated data validation solution. The reason why ours is a little different is these people already have identified data validation as a critical feature that they needed in their QA and testing space and are going out and seeking a solution for it. So one of the things that we asked them is, are you currently performing data validation in ETL testing? And almost 80% said, yes, we are to some extent. And we asked, how are you performing it? And here were their answers. The number one was minus queries, which is utilizing a SQL editor like Toad or Squirrel and using minus queries to look for anomalies. Number two was ETL testing solution, a commercial solution like QuerySurge. Number three is manual data sampling, which is testing a small percent of data visually, which we also call stare and compare. That's a really bad way to do it. Number four is either using Excel or a homegrown utility for performing it. Number five is full DevOps for data validation and testing with a commercial solution in their existing CI/CD pipeline. We also asked them which use case they're most interested in. By far, the number one was data warehouse testing. Number two was migration testing. Number three is BI report testing. Number four is DevOps for data testing. Number five is big data testing. And last and trailing by a lot, surprisingly, is ERP testing. Another thing we asked them was, what's your top shortcomings in your current data validation process? Number one is the current solution is difficult to use, followed by no integration with DevOps, lack of standardization, no defect tracking integration, no reporting, lack of accuracy, unhappy with their current solution, limited homegrown tool, lack of flexibility, and lack of skilled resources. So this is what we see as the key focus for data quality in 2022 and 2023 is DevOps. DevOps for data, continuous testing. All the experts are talking about it. Our clients want to get there. So we're going to talk about it a little bit right now. So some descriptions. For those of you that don't know what DevOps is, here's right off of Wikipedia. DevOps automates software development, testing, and IT operations to shorten the development lifecycle while delivering features, fixtures, and updates in alignment with the business's objectives. A DevOps type of automated process for data is called DevOps for data, also known as data ops, and applies to DevOps tools and techniques in data. Continuous testing, which was pretty much coined by the World Quality Report, is the execution of automated tests that are triggered by another process and provide immediate feedback. So this is automating everything on the testing side. William Blair put together what I think is the most detailed and comprehensive report on DevOps. It's about 85 pages long. It's really good. It goes deep dive into DevOps and software and companies that are supporting this and vendors. It's great. But some of the things that they pulled were, what percent of your apps are developed and deployed using DevOps? And what they found out was that most enterprises have deployed less than 50% of their apps using DevOps as companies struggle to scale their DevOps models. Also, what are the core challenges to building DevOps capabilities in your org? They found out that relevant skills were number one, followed by lack of management support, cultural change, lower prioritization against other business and tech initiatives, capital investment, ability to attract dev talent, perceived complexity and reliance on third-party providers. So what this shows you is, although there's a skill issue with DevOps, there's also a culture issue. So management has to have buy-in. Everyone has to have buy-in. And that's not always the case. They also said that optimizing test automation should equal DevOps. That should be the goal. And there's 6 primary goals of DevOps when implementing it. One is to increase the speed of development and release processes. 2 is to make builds more reliable. 3 is to reduce turnaround for new features and bug fixes. 4 is to provide greater scalability of applications and infrastructure. 5 is to increase security. And 6 is to improve collaboration. So let's look at the state of the market. This is a lot of, if not most of the key players in the DevOps space. QuerySurge seamlessly integrates with all other solutions in the DevOps marketplace, I'll tell you how in a second. But we're pretty much the only vendor on the automated test side that does this. And the interesting thing is when you know you're in a hot market when all the big vendors jump in. So now AWS, Calabrese, which is a unicorn, it's a private company valued at over $1 billion. Microsoft, Atlassian, Digital AI, GitHub, Google, IBM, they've all jumped in to the DevOps space with 2 feet. And also one last comment from William Blair, they say the DevOps market remains highly fragmented and relatively immature, so it's just getting going. But it's an $8.5 billion market that's growing at a 28% growth rate. IDC says it's going to be a $28 billion market in 2 years, and continuous testing in DevOps will remove testing bottlenecks and clear a path for continuous delivery, according to William Blair. Right now, we have a bunch of competitors out there in the marketplace now for ETL testing and data validation. Some big like Talent, Tricentis, and Informatica, others smaller than us, but they're out there, but none of them provide what we focus on. And we did this because of our customers, which is the utopian way of testing, which is getting into DevOps. And we've spent a lot of time building this out. So let's take a look at the maturity model for data validation and testing. One, there's 3 ways that people are doing it. I said before from one of the reports, data sampling in Excel is the lowest level, but it gives you some kind of coverage. Level 2 is data compares and minus queries. Level 3 is data testing and homegrown frameworks. This is 90% of the marketplace right now. So it's a really immature marketplace for data validation and ETL testing. What we see is that about 9% of companies have now gotten into data validation and ETL testing with a commercial solution like QuerySurge, and about 1% only are doing DevOps for data, which is automating your pipeline with a tool like QuerySurge so that human interaction can be reduced dramatically. And as soon as the data is ready, it'll automatically kick off and you don't need to wait for the testers to come in. In most instances, QuerySurge here is the only data validation ETL tool being mentioned as Best DevOps Tools 2022 or Best DevOps Tools 2023. Again, that's the reason is because we built it into the tool. We had customers early on wanting this. So how did we do it? Well, one of the things we did is we built an API we have both a RESTful and a command line API. It's the first full DevOps for data solution in the marketplace. We have over 60 API calls, integrates with pretty much everything in the marketplace. And here's what Gartner has to say about DevOps. Application leaders must support their teams in integrating and effectively utilizing test automation tools in their DevOps toolchain to enable continuous delivery. It has to be done. Otherwise, you're going to lose to your competitors. We're going to get product out to market much faster. Again, here's some snapshots. On the left, you see our RESTful API. It's documented with something called Swagger, which is a living, breathing documentation system, and it's great for using a RESTful APIs. The other is command line. So we offer both. How it's implemented is through, like I said, through our Swagger implementation. You could test out all the APIs. We have tons of documentation. It's pretty easy to use. Basically, you can design, execute, and analyze everything in the data validation space without ever touching the QuerySurge interface. This can all be kicked off from a tool like Jenkins or anything else and everything can be done external from QuerySurge, including create, modifying, and deleting tests, and then retrieving all the data and results, and then using conditionals to determine whether you should promote that latest data tables or not. There's so many use cases you can use. We've spotlighted 3 here. The first one is basically that. It's executing a job through something like Jenkins, running QuerySurge through the API as soon as the data is available, determining whether, based on the customer's conditions, whether it should be passed and promoted to prod or roll back and alert everybody through emails and reports. Another is every time a new environment is deployed, connections to that environment, that database, that data store are automatically created and tested, duplicated, and executed. Again, no human interaction. And another one is tests automatically analyze and detect changes to the data store, including adding rows or columns, and automatically run tests to see if the data is fine. It's pretty cool stuff. So how do you get there? How do you learn DevOps? Well, we've built training and we're providing it for free, especially for anybody on this call, on how to get up to speed in both DevOps for data and how to use QuerySurge. So one, more process oriented, how do you do DevOps? The other, how to use QuerySurge to do DevOps. So we call it Learn, Earn, and Inform. You learn DevOps for data testing. You earn a digital badge through Credly. You may have seen them. We have them on social media. So does AWS. So does IBM, Microsoft, Oracle. We're all using Credly to do these digital badges. You get a digital badge. You inform your social network of your new skills, and you learn how to do all this. So we're offering free training and certs. It's self-paced training, free certification exams. You've also received free labor insights on jobs, locations, and salaries. All you have to do is go to our website and use the discount code TestGuild2023, and feel free to use our training and certifications so you'll know how to get up to speed, so you know how to automate your entire testing process as it relates to DevOps for data or DataOps. One last quote from the World Quality Report. We're seeing a huge culture shift in business. People want their code to be delivered immediately and good to go. This is why we're seeing a move towards continuous testing, where we're aiming to prevent defects rather than find them. All right. Well, thank you very much for listening to me. Have a good day.
Awesome. Thank you, Bill, for that. And like I said, Bill's going to be joining us at the end of the event to break down all the different sessions and give you some closing keynotes. So stay tuned for that. So really excited about that. We also have 2 sessions coming up. They're back-to-back with the same speakers. They will be joining us live. So after each of their session, they'll be joining us for live Q&A. So make sure to get your Q&A in. And once again, thank you, Bill, for joining us. And like I said, he'll be with us later today. Okay, next up, we have ETL testing process with Chris and Mike. Just a quick, a lot of people can't tell, but in this player, the video you're looking at, if you hover the mouse over it and you go all the way to the bottom right, you can either put it full screen or you click on the little gear icon. It says settings, and just make sure the quality is set to 720. The reason being is the player will try to adapt based on your bandwidth, and sometimes it puts it to a lower one, which makes the slides harder to read. But irregardless, at the end of the event, we're going to be sending out the recordings, and the recordings are in 1020 or 1090. So you'll get the full-blown version directly after the event as well if you're still having issues. Hopefully that makes sense. But here's the next session, followed by live Q&A.
All right, welcome everybody. Welcome to the Test Guild event for QuerySurge. So today, in my segment, I'm going to be talking about creating a project plan for a data warehouse project. A little bit about myself. My name is Chris Thompson. I'm a senior domain expert, data testing practice. I'm a military veteran. I spent 5 years in the United States military, flying inside these things called P-3 Orions, sub Hunter. I have a bachelor's degree in computer science from the University of Delaware. So I've done successful implementations of QA projects in the data space for well over 15 years. I've been with RTTS for 21 years, and I started with RTTS as an entry-level test engineer coming directly out of college. I worked in numerous fields, including pharmaceutical, utilities, and retail. And that's me. And here we have Mike. Mike?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. So I joined RTTS as a test engineer back in 2009. So during that time, I've gained over a decade of experience in successfully implementing both automated testing solutions as well as data and ETL validating testing solutions. Technical expert on QuerySurge, our flagship data testing solution, and currently helping clients around the world with their QuerySurge implementations. I have a bachelor's of science from Hofstra University in computer engineering.
All right, thanks, Mike. All right, so I'm going to give a little bit of an introduction into ETL testing and specifically for creating a project plan around data warehouse testing. So data testing is an integral part of our development of any data project, including data warehouses, data migrations, and integration projects. Bad data from defects can cause companies to make decisions that could cost millions of dollars, or in health-related fields, could cost dearly for somebody their lives. One of my first clients was a big pharmaceutical company. I had no idea what data testing was. I was sent there as a functional automation engineer with some background in Rachaud robot, for those that remember that tool, and also Mercury Windrunner. Well, they happen to have Mercury Windrunner, and I was trying to test a data warehouse with Mercury Windrunner, and it didn't go too well. I ended up having to use a lot of SQL, and I actually did use Windrunner to execute that SQL, bring back results into a very antiquated database called Microsoft Access, and that's where I would do the comparisons using minus queries, which we'll talk about here shortly. Minus queries, we started off with using Windrunner and using minus queries, and it was very inefficient, took a long time to execute, and could not complete our task doing it that way. So eventually we built a utility in VB, which eventually became QuerySurge, but we'll get into that a bit later. A little bit more about the reasons why we want to test data is Walmart handles more than 1 million customer transactions every hour. Data is imported into databases that contain greater than 2.5 petabytes of data, equivalent to 160 times the information contained in all the books in the U.S. Library of Congress. Additionally, we have Facebook, 40 million photos, Twitter with 85 million tweets per day, Google 1 terabyte per hour, and eBay 80 terabytes per day.
So there's a lot of data out there.
A hell of a lot. So what is a data source? A data source is a pool of data available for extraction. The concept of a data source is technologically neutral. It's not associated with any specific technology. The most common data sources are databases, files, and XML data documents, but it could be just about anything that we can get our hands on. In my example of the pharmaceutical company, we were doing adverse events, which is, say you took Tylenol, got a nosebleed or something, and you went to the doctor would enter that information into an adverse event system, which would be the source system that would eventually end up in the pharmaceuticals data warehouse. So all that data would be collected, and there could be many, many different systems from different states and different hospitals that would eventually need to get translated and loaded into a master data warehouse for that particular company. So what is a data warehouse? It's a collection of data or information intended to support business decision making. Data warehouses contain a wide variety of data that present a coherent picture of business conditions. Data warehouse is a huge repository of electronically organized data mainly meant for the purpose of reporting and analysis. Most data warehouses are sent data from multiple sources, such as my example came from a hospital, could come from a doctor affiliate somewhere. So many different places. It could be files, come in as files. It could come from an Oracle database source. It could come from proprietary software, all different types of sources. It's a place where historical data is stored for archival analysis and security purposes. All right, so what is ETL? And ETL is a term that describes extract, transform, and load. It refers to data handling process that involves extracting data from outside sources, transforming data to fit operational or reporting needs, and then load that data into an endpoint. Usually a database. In this case, for today's example, we'll be doing a data warehouse. So why ETL? Well, businesses need to load the data warehouse regularly, incrementally, daily, and weekly so it can serve its purpose of supporting business analysis. So basically, we take a whole bunch of sources from different places, we put it in the same type of format so that we can run reporting across all those sources. So it's transforming the data into one set standard. Here's an example of that. So on the left side, we have a whole bunch of source systems. They go through an ETL process and eventually get to a target data warehouse. And another example, we have multiple systems that could be different. We have an inventory system, a customer service system, and an advertising system, all sort of asking different questions, right? The paint came off my widget for customer service. That would end up in a data warehouse, which then could end up in data marts and then be pulled out by BI tools to say, we have hundreds and hundreds of widgets where the paint is falling off. All right, so the concept of test points or ETL legs. An ETL leg refers to a single ETL process that transforms data between two discrete points. So from source to target is a test point or a test leg. A full ETL process may have multiple legs. So in my previous slide, you saw that there's a data warehouse and a data mart. So each one of those is a separate leg, and we'll show that in the next slide. Test points are usually across single ETL legs. The verification is between the source and the target for that leg. And I'll talk about that in the next slide as well in more detail. An example is an operational source database. Source test point is extracted, transferred, and loaded into a data warehouse. Testing is conducted across this leg here. So here's an example of the different types of test points. So in the example above, it's a multi. So what we're going to do is we're going to say our data source over here, and then we're going to test all the way across to our data mart. So we're going to test all these transformations in one leg. And then on the bottom example, it's breaking it into its separate entities. And both have advantages and both have disadvantages. But the single approach has, in my opinion, more advantage. In a single leg, we have more tests that need to be created, right? Because there's more legs, so the same tables and the same data needs to be tested across each individual ETL leg. The tests are less complex because you could have transformations occurring across multiple legs, and if you were going to test the whole thing as a whole, you would be creating that transformation logic in your SQL to be able to test from source all the way to its final destination. Defects are easier to pinpoint. So you can imagine in the multi-leg approach, if there's 6 or 7 legs that occur and you're testing them all in one go, and you find a defect or an error or a bug, where in that 6 or 7 leg process did that defect occur? So it's more difficult. You have to dive a little more deeper into the data, and you may end up having to create tests for in the single leg approach anyway, just to find that defect. Additionally, for the single leg, execution time tends to be longer. So this is a little bit of a disadvantage, but it's not always the case. We have more tests to execute. Even though they're automated, they still take computational time and hardware to be able to execute those. And in the multi-leg, just quickly, there's less tests that need to be created, obviously. Tests are more complex, like I discussed. Defects are more difficult to pinpoint, like I discussed. And execution time tends to be shorter because there's less tests.
Is it usually, Chris, you would say one or the other, or could there be sort of a mixed approach here where you'll do both single and multi-leg tests? You
could definitely have a mixed approach.
Mm-hmm. That's what I usually find too in the projects that I work on.
Some of the direct mappings where a particular column doesn't have any transformations at all across all the legs to its final destination, it might be worthwhile just to create a test that just tests those one-to-one mappings across the entire thing, and that way you don't have to create those simple tests at each leg of the testing process.
Yeah.
All right, so now I'm going to talk about a data mapping document. A data mapping document is frequently called a source-to-target map and is generally created in a spreadsheet. This document acts as a central part of the functional requirements. The following information is contained within the document. So normally a mapping document would contain your source database information, such as your source table, source column. Additionally, same thing with your target table, target column, any transformation logic, and any optional types of requirements.
Yeah, definitely one of the most important documents when when you're doing a data testing project.
Yes, this is it. This is what you need to get to be able to really test an ETL process correctly. I've been on client sites where they don't even have a mapping document, and I have to reverse engineer what they've done to be able to determine what they actually did to come up with a mapping document on my own, then to get business approval that is the way it's supposed to be, because the development team had done it through verbal techniques of creating what is supposed to happen. You seen that before, Mike?
I've definitely seen that, Chris.
Anyway, here's an example of a segment of a mapping document. We're going to get into this a little bit in more detail. Some of the transformation types that we see, and this is not all inclusive, but direct maps, which are just one-to-one mappings, where the column and target, or the column from the source to the target goes through no transformation whatsoever. It's just a direct pull. Selective column and row type. This is where we might do some filtering to bring only specific columns or specific rows over into the target. Translation. This is where we translate one thing into another. So we could have, say, in the source side, we could have state names like New Jersey, New York, etc. And in the target, we have NJ and NY. So that would be a translation, translating the name into its abbreviation in this case. Lookups. Lookup is where we take a particular item. It's similar to translation, but we look it up in another table to figure out what the value should be. Transposing is where we take columns and turn them into rows, or rows into columns. We don't see it very often, but I have seen it in the past, so we put it on the list. Field splitting, an example of field splitting is in the source side, we have a full name column where Chris Thompson is in that field, and we're going to split that into two columns, one for first name and one for last name. So it would be first name Chris, last name Thompson, so one column into two. Field merging is exactly the opposite. Say in the source side, we have Chris Thompson, but it's in two columns, one for field, one for last name, and we put them together in the target side. Calculated and derived fields. These could be very, very complex to relatively simple. Take, for example, a sales database, and I want to aggregate into the data warehouse particular values, say for the month of August, all the sales dollar amount for a particular month. We would calculate that and load that into the target, and that would have to be tested to make sure those calculations are correct.
Some of these seem more complex than others, and I have a feeling that's going to become important.
Absolutely. How did you guess, Mike? So some testing methods. So I'm not going to go into them all or in any detail, but there's the what we like to call stare and compare. So we run some SQL or we export stuff into Excel, and we look at it side by side and make sure the fields were migrated correctly. Obviously, this is very error prone to human error. Also, how much data can you really test doing it that way? The second method that I'll talk about is the minus queries. So this is where you take the source minus target, and you end up with a result, and the result would be the difference between the two. However, if there are columns in the target and you do source minus target, you will not see those columns or rows. You would have to do it correctly, you got to do source minus target and then union target minus source to get the full difference. This is highly time consuming and taxing on hardware.
Sounds like double the work.
It practically is double the work, Mike. So QuerySurge comes in to play here, automation with QuerySurge. And so this is bulk data verification, testing sample sizes up to 100%. We have lots of clients that do that. We have management of our test assets within QuerySurge. It stores all your tests. Well, we call them query pairs, but QuerySurge stores them all, and you could also group them together into what we call test suites. Test scheduling, so say every day at midnight, an ETL batch job occurs and new data ends up in my data warehouse, and I just want to test that data, but I want to execute it when the ETL completed. Then I could schedule to say run QuerySurge at 3 o'clock in the morning and run this group of tests so that when I come in the morning at 7, I have instant results waiting for me. Persistent access to test data. QuerySurge stores in its own database all result sets, so you can go back in time to see what occurred on previous executions of your tests, and robust reporting to see how many tests passed, how many failed over time. An automated data testing approach with QuerySurge can significantly improve coverage, organization, and efficiency when compared to the previous mentioned manual testing techniques. All right, enough with QuerySurge. Let's move on to, all right, so what we came here to do is to show you a simple process for a simple project of creating a project plan. So some of the things that we're going to need is we're going to need to gather some project documents. So that mapping document, of course, the most important one, we're going to have to gather any other supporting requirement documents, data model documents. We're going to have to estimate the time it's going to take us to review all that documentation and determine the number of test engineer resources, determine the number of ETL or test legs, determine the number of cycles or releases. Additionally, which is probably the hardest part of this whole process, is determine the complexity of each mapping. So we have low complexity, which this is no standard, it's just what we think is the best approach. Is low complexity has no transformation logic. They're all one-to-one mappings, or have very minor transformation logic, including a change to data types from source to target, such as a varchar being converted to an integer, selective row filtering, and minor translations. We also have medium complexity, the transformation logic including translations, joins across tables, field splitting, and field merging. And then we have our high complexity transformation logic, including major translations, multiple joins, calculated or aggregated fields, transposing, derived fields, and match and merge. We also need to know if QuerySurge is installed and configured for the project. And does the lead or test engineers require training? All right, so I'm going to now jump over to our mapping document for today, which comes from our QuerySurge tutorial. So this is available for anybody that downloads a QuerySurge trial. They will get the documentation for the tutorial as well as this mapping document. So there's a bit of a story of this tutorial sample companies coming over to a data warehouse. We have two companies, zCity and XSmart, and that data is being ETL'd into a MySQL target data warehouse. For today, we're just going to do the project plan for this leg here, the zCity part being ETL'd over into the target data warehouse. Here's the data model for zCity. Very complex. What do you think, Mike? 3 whole tables.
I mean, it seems like a lot, but given the time frame we have, maybe it's all we can do right now.
I agree. So we have 3 tables: purchaser, sales, and sales item, and we have the MySQL data warehouse, which has DIMS.
Now we're talking.
Now we're talking, right? DIMS and facts, a little bit more advanced of a schema, and here is our lovely zCity mappings for our data warehouse. So we have mappings, which is just a mapping number, a source table, the source column, the source type, transformation logic, the target table, target column, and target type. And we also have some comments if there's additional logic that needs to be applied, and an example of what the data looks like. So we're just going to go through each one of these and talk about the translation type that is occurring, as well as what we think are low complexity, medium complexity, and high complexity. So we'll look at the first one, Mike. We're looking at auto sequence with the target table, customer DIM. It's an ID, customer ID. It's also a primary key, Mike, and it's an integer. So what kind of translation type do we think that could be?
I'm kind of leaning towards low complexity here, where we're just incrementing things here, right?
It's just an auto sequence, so we're just going up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the target side.
I'm going to say between low and medium. I can't decide. I don't know.
All right, let's see what I guessed. Well, I said translation medium. Mike, what do you think?
You know what? Now I'm thinking about it, that kind of makes sense. We'll have to apply some tests to make sure that the auto sequence is being done properly. We're seeing this as a primary key too, right? So we're going to make sure there's no duplicates in our tests. So we're going to have to get a little bit more complex than just a straight count and direct map. So I agree.
All right, good. Because I was going to override you anyway. All right, so now we got 101. This is a direct map, so this is pretty simple. It's a varchar to a varchar. And so Mike is
I'm going to guess low. It's a direct map.
You sure it's not a high one?
No, it's definitely not high.
No, you're right. All right. It's a direct map. All right, so now we can go into something a little bit more interesting. So here we have the example that I've been talking about during the slide presentation is the full name field in the source column. In the target data warehouse, it's 2 columns, first and last. And so we extract the data, customer dim dot first from source purchaser dot full name by splitting full name by the space and taking the first substring. All right, what do you think, Mike?
Well, so we have a full name column. That means the whole name is on the source side. And then we're going to split out the first name here, huh? So we definitely have some transformation logic. I'm going to say that's a medium. I mean, there is some logic here, but maybe it's not that complex. Something that we can code around here.
And that's what I got, field splitting and medium. And similarly for the last name field, it's going to be the exact same thing. Field splitting, medium. All right, so what about the purchaser date join field being a direct map? Except there is a join, Mike. There's a join on the customer dim table to the date dim table on the customer dim join date ID. Date dim ID and pull date dim ID.
Well, I mean, you say direct map, I almost think low complexity, but you're adding some complexity here with this join. So I'm going to categorize this. I'm going to guess medium here.
Yeah, we got a medium. All right, so additionally, I would continue on going through this process with Mike, and eventually we'd come to an agreement on everything. For these next few, I will pull up something a little bit more complex, which is the one down here, actually, purchaser bill same. So on the source system, we have columns for both the billing address and right here, the shipping address and the billing address. However, you will notice in the data warehouse, we have a single table that contains all the addresses. And then on the customer dim table, we have the shipping address ID and the billing address ID. So this has to be ETL'd over, and it's a little bit more complicated of a thing to do. So there's some logic here, and I won't read it. I don't want to bore anyone, but if anybody wants to read it, take a look at our tutorial data. But obviously, this is a bit more complicated than your standard one, as we are doing one thing for one way, and if the bill and shipping address are the same, and something different if they're both different. So what do you think, Mike?
Well, since you haven't done it yet, I'm going to guess this is high complexity, but also because of the fact of this transformation logic that we see here. Looks quite complex. Developing a test around it, I think will be pretty involved. So I'm going to guess high here.
You put the answer.
Well, let's agree on it's a high then. I mean, if we were going through this
It's
document ourselves.
I was saving it for you.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's still white. That's why. I didn't highlight the whole thing. That's okay. All right, it's high.
There you
There
go.
we go. All right. And additionally, to save some time, we've gone through this together, and we've come up with our results across the board for this entire table, as well as these other tables that I did not hide the thing for. So we have 3 tables from the source side coming over in the data warehouse, and we've figured out the complexity for each one. And now I can move on to to the next part of the project plan creation.
Where was this?
All right, so now back to the creation of the project plan. We now have some information on our complexity of our tests. I additionally pre-filled out some information as well. So we have I estimated 4 hours to review the documentation. What do you think, Mike? You think that's good?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm going to be the lead, and I have selected Mike to be the test engineer. So, all right, so now back to the creating the project plan. We now have some of the numbers that we need. So for reviewing the documentation, I'm going to put that at 4 hours. The number of test engineers, Mike's going to be the test engineer for today. So I have one. I will be the lead. The number of ETL legs, it's just one. There's no intermediary legs. The number of release and cycles, we've estimated at 4. We have 7 low complexity tests, 21 medium complexity tests, and 8 high complexity tests. And now I'm going to talk about why I keep screwing up. That a jump.
What do you keep clicking?
I don't know.
Oops, missed that one.
Oh, wait, can I do that? I go
You're sharing your screen, right? Or
from scratch. QuerySurge is building a tool called the QuerySurge Project Plan Estimator tool. It's built in Alchemer, also known as Survey Gizmo. This is in beta format. This is the first time it's being publicly displayed, but it will automatically create our project plan for us based on the information that we've already got, and we could provide it. So I'm going to put my name very quickly in here. I'll use my RTTS email. And Mike, I am going to be the lead.
You got it, Chris. It's your show.
So I click next, the project estimator inputs. It gives you some basic information of what you need to do. We've already discussed most of it, so I won't go into any detail. We are doing the Z City Data Warehouse project, DWH. Oops. Estimate the total times to review project documentation and assets. We said 4. What is the total number of test engineers? I have 1. How many test legs? We said 1. Estimate the total number of releases. We said 4. What is the total number of low complexity? I believe we said 7. And the medium complexity, 21. And how many highs do we have, Mike?
What was it, 8?
I think you're right. I think it was 8. Does QuerySurge need to be installed and configured? No, for me, it's already installed and already configured. Does a test lead require training? No, I am an expert, but Mike is not an expert, so he needs training. You could also set a start date, but we'll just leave that blank for today. And then I'll click next, and these calculations automatically occur. These numbers and calculations are based off of QuerySurge and RTTS's best practice and what we find occurs on client sites and for our customers. So we go through different phases. Our first phase is test strategy, and here are all the tasks associated with doing a test strategy: analyze the documentation, define ETL legs, define environments, define release schedules, define high-level project schedule, define defect workflow, right? Test strategy document, and any QuerySurge training. And then it breaks it out into how many hours for the lead and how many hours for the engineer.
Well, it seems like you got a lot of work there, Chris.
I do have a lot of work on that step. Phase 2 is test planning. Identify data validation test. This is where we identify. We've sort of already done that to some extent during our previous talk when we talked about the mapping document. Define and assign resources. In this case, it'll be easy because I'm going to assign everything to you, Mike.
Well, so far, you've got most of the work, so I'm feeling pretty good.
That's soon to change. Define a detailed schedule, install QuerySurge, and create a test plan. Oh, yeah, you're right. I do have a lot of hours going on there. It's the next phase, though, Mike. This is where it changes. The test design: create low complexity tests, create medium complexity tests, create high complexity tests, verify queries, create query pairs and test suites, and review and oversight. I only have 8 hours in this one, Mike.
It's like I got a lot of work here.
I don't know if my 8's accurate, though. I may have changed that calculation based on who's doing the work underneath me.
Yeah, well, in this case, you can probably take that number down.
And then execution and analysis, phase 4. Similarly, execute query pairs and test suites, create medium complexity test queries, create high complexity, verify queries, create query pairs and test suites, and review and oversight. And when I click this next button, it'll create a high-level project plan for QuerySurge with some basic terminology, an overview, project assumptions, all the tasks we just talked about, along with all the hours associated with each phase. It then will add up all these in different phases for each of the lead and the test engineer hours. And looks like you got more work than me.
Yes, so it worked out that way.
Resource in days rounded up. So we have 16 days for me, 21 days for the engineer. And in total, it's going to take the engineer is going to be the roadblock here. So that's going to take 21 days or 4.2 weeks. And that is about it. This tool will eventually be available to the public and to our customers from QuerySurge.com. Expect more information to come in the coming months.
Yeah, and it's having gone through putting these together. I think estimating the timelines are one of the hardest things to do, especially at the outset of a project. So hopefully we learned some things today from Chris and his insight here onto how to sort of break down the mappings and the translations and transformations that you'll be seeing. And this tool definitely will help with that.
Great. Thank you, Chris and Mike. If you can, I see Mike here. I see Chris. Chris, if you could lower your camera first, that'd be great. All I see is your forehead. There we go. All right, let's do this. Let's go live. Hey, Mike and Chris, welcome to the QuerySurge event.
All right, thank
you, Joe. Thanks for having us.
Great to have you. Awesome. So we've got a lot of questions in, so I thought we'd just jump right to them. Sound good?
Sounds great.
All right, let's do it. First one is, in case we have different source databases like MongoDB, NoSQL database, etc., in a single data warehouse, what factors do we need to consider to correctly choose single LG versus multi-LG approach?
Yeah, I'll take a swing at it. For each source database, it's going to be its own leg. So you could still do a hybrid, but each source is going to have a different data model. So it's going to be different SQL, and it's also probably database technology dependent. So you're going to have a test for each source. Now, later on down the line, say you have a bunch of source systems that go into a staging database and then to a data warehouse and then so forth and then onto a data mart. You could, in theory, have the single legs going into the staging as separate tests and then do the multi-leg approach from the staging to the data mart.
Cool. Anything to add, Mike, or should I go to the next question?
Yeah, no, I think Chris pretty much got it. In our example that we went through in the session, it was a database to a data warehouse, but the same ideas can be applied to these different types of data sources that we're seeing out there now. Whether we're talking about, JSON objects, things that are going to be stored in these data lakes or MongoDB. There always needs to be a mapping document attached to them to know how that data is moving across the systems. And, you treat it the same way as you would that Chris laid out in his presentation there.
Perfect. All right, next question. My team has poor SQL skills. Can I still use QuerySurge?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. So built into QuerySurge is a query wizard. So all your direct maps, which you generally your direct maps is about 80% of your mappings. At least what we find in the industry is that most mappings are direct maps. And utilizing the QuerySurge wizard, you could quickly and easily, with no SQL skills, be able to create query pairs or tests, and be able to test 80% of your testing needs just using the query wizard.
Yeah, and as Bill mentioned during his address in the beginning there, we do have a training portal available that goes over the basics of QuerySurge, and in addition to that, the SQL required intro and advanced to handle some of the transformations that Chris described. And that certainly is something that's definitely helpful.
Someone asked, can we integrate with Qtest?
Oh, that's a good question. Qtest, Mike?
So Qtest, there are test management connectors that QuerySurge does come with. They can integrate with Azure DevOps, with RQM, and I'm blanking on the last one right now. Also with the latest release, QuerySurge has released webhooks and the ability to integrate with any tools that can accept RESTful API calls. And you can also do some integrations if you're staying tuned for the next session, which we'll talk about, with the QuerySurge DevOps for Data API. So that is certainly something that you can utilize to integrate with a multitude of different tools out there in the marketplace.
So when you were showing you were estimating things, how many times do you see teams getting that wrong? Do they usually underestimate it, or is there one point where they don't think it's going to be more difficult than something's going to be, or anything like that they usually see with their customers?
Everything's always underestimated.
Yeah.
So everything's, I mean, what we find, especially, in the development world, is that they say it's going to take a week. It usually takes a month. So I try to be as conservative as possible. And even on the estimator tool that I showed in my presentation, it's somewhat conservative approach so that there's time for defect remediation, etc.
Perfect. And speaking about the document, Swan wants to know.
Yeah, that's a good question. Can you explain how you would create tests without a mapping document?
Yeah.
Right. So, I've done this many, many times. So that they don't have documentation, but they want you to test their data coming from a source to a data warehouse, for example. And they've already developed it. So if they've already developed it and they want you to test it without a mapping document, you have to go into the data and look at what they did, right, to figure it out. So you look at what they did, and I would then produce a mapping document based on what I've analyzed to see what they've done, and then I would hand that off to business analysts to verify, to make sure that it is what the business wanted. A lot of times when that happens too, I get a nice pat on the back because the business analyst didn't need to create the mapping document. I did it for him. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. And sometimes you'll find while you're doing that, you could also find defects and bugs that you might have questions with the developers, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, that's wrong."
Yeah, definitely. And there's that definitely is one of the things that we've experienced, both Chris, to go through and develop those transformations specifically to be able to test them as the data is moving across the system. And in a lot of the cases, that does take some time, but there are things that you can do to sort of quickly get going with the tool as well. A lot of the transformations, as we mentioned, can be these direct mappings. So there may be sort of minimal effort to code test for around that. And then you can also do things like row count or record tests to sort of get the testing off the ground to start. And you can find a number of different defects just by doing those sort of simple row count tests, table compares, and direct mapping tests, which we find in most cases is the majority of transformations that are happening between data sources.
Now, you showed a cool calculator that helps you estimate. Do you have anything that helps you write the document quicker? Like some sort of sniffer that maybe starts you with the bare bones of something?
Not yet. We're working on that though. We have some ideas.
Nice.
I do find myself relying on the QuerySurge tutorial mapping document as sort of my framework when I go to build out those mappings. So the tutorial is certainly helpful, and that mapping document I use as a basis for everything that I would build after that.
Nice. So, Chris, you mentioned a lot of times people find bugs going through this process. Are there any common bugs people usually will come across that you see?
Yeah, I see. I think some of the more frequent ones are leading and trailing white space
Yeah.
is pretty common. Translation errors where something's supposed to be capitalized and it's not capitalized.
Truncation between data types where you have extra character sets on the source and not on the target, so you're losing information.
Yeah, you might have a comments field, and on the source side, it's 255 characters long, and on the target side, it's only 50. They thought 50 would be enough, but it wasn't enough because they didn't verify, that the requirement on the source was going to be 255. So yeah, you see stuff like that all the time.
So, Mike, as a tester, do you have like a checklist of things you usually look for right off the bat that sometimes you're going to catch?
I wouldn't say a checklist per se. I'm looking for things to be exact. So my only checklist is whether it's exact or not. If it's not exact, it's wrong. I mean, the white space is pretty easy to catch, although visually you can't really tell. But as soon as you put a tool like QuerySurge on there, it's going to catch that white space.
Very nice. All right, next question. Can files come from a mainframe to be a data source?
Yeah, absolutely. So in QuerySurge, a data source can be any flat file, as long as it's readable. CSV files, any kind of fixed width delimited files can also be verified. So we've done quite a few mainframe projects where we tested using QuerySurge. Yep.
How common is mainframe still? You still have a lot of customers on mainframes?
Yeah, believe it or not, there's still quite a few out there. I mean, you ever go into Best Buy and look at the terminal they're using when you ring up your order?
Really? It's a mainframe behind. That's funny.
Yeah.
Cool. I used to work for a healthcare company, and they used to generate a browser, and the back end was just a mainframe generating a green screen in a browser, which is kind of funny. Yeah.
Or DMV.
Yeah, right. Next question is, does QuerySurge have an easy way to compare whole tables for when a table has no from source to target?
Yeah, absolutely. So built into QuerySurge, like I mentioned earlier, there's a query wizard, and the wizards allow you to not only just do your direct maps very easily, but it also allows you to do whole tables. So if your source table and your target table are pretty much identical, you could just simply, with a drop and drag, create a query pair with no SQL skills needed.
Okay, if I have multiple legs to test and some table have no transformations and other have multiple transformations, would it make sense to use both single leg and multi-leg approaches?
Yeah, so I think I touched on this a little bit during the presentation, but yeah, a hybrid model definitely makes sense. If I have a 4-leg system, for example, and I have a source database with a whole bunch of tables that are exact tables that occur in the target, instead of creating single leg tests across the whole thing, I could create one big leg for all the direct map ones, and then for anything that requires transformation logic, I could do that individually for the single leg approach for each one.
Perfect. In QuerySurge, we have Properties tab where I have options on data type checking. If my source and target are in different database servers, what would you suggest? For example, source is in DB2 and target is Oracle.
It's a good question.
Yeah, that is a good one, and it's something I've come across in my testing too. Is by default, I think in most cases, QuerySurge, as Priya mentioned here, does have a properties tab where you can have data type checking. So what that means is that QuerySurge, when it does the source to target comparison, will look for like and kind data types. So if you have an integer on your source, you'll expect an integer on your target. If there is a transformation happening where that's now being stored as a varchar, you can turn the data type checking off, in which case QuerySurge will just compare the underlying values, or you can build the transformation or the casting of those data types into your query pair itself. So on the source side, you may cast that integer into a varchar and leave the varchar on the target. That way, QuerySurge, when it reads in the data, will store it in the proper data type based on your mappings and do that comparison for you. So there's two different approaches there. Most commonly, if you're wanting to verify those data type transformations, you're using that casting method based on the technologies that you're bringing in and testing.
Yes. Chris, any thoughts, or should I move on?
No, I think Mike hit that one just fine. Thank you.
Perfect.
Good job, Mike.
Thanks, Rick.
What is a column limitation if table file has 250 columns? So do we have any limitations to validate max column at one query pair?
Let me see if I could get. So there's no limit on how many columns for a test. So a query pair can.
That seems like a lot of columns, though, Chris. I don't know if we would recommend that many columns. Would you?
You would need a lot of hardware. Yeah, probably the best way to answer this question is you probably want to break it down into smaller tests. Do 5 tests of 50, for example. It's a lot less hardware taxing, and your performance will probably be a lot better. Even though you have 5 tests instead of 1, those 5 into 50 is gonna process a lot faster than doing all 2.
Yeah, not to mention just the results viewing and the analysis of the failures that may come across in that test. Be easier to pinpoint if you develop tests that are targeted for the specific fields in the table. And QuerySurge certainly allows you to do that, where you can create multiple query pairs to test one table, where the fields are broken down in each of the query pairs, and you can run them together as a suite in a scenario. And the entire scenario may have 5 query pairs in it, and it's testing one table, and you'll be able to sort of pinpoint better where those errors or issues may be in the table itself.
Will QuerySurge have access to our company data? How does it work in background?
Well, QuerySurge, usually QuerySurge is installed behind your company's firewall, so it'll have access to anything that you have access to as a user. So the computer itself that it's stored on and the agents that QuerySurge comes with is going to have access to that data. So I'm not sure exactly where that question's going, but QuerySurge is installed on hardware behind your firewall, so it should have access to your company data.
Yeah, you can certainly access your own data. QuerySurge as a company will never have access to your data. It's stored, as Chris is saying, in your systems behind your firewall, such that you can configure it to connect to your data, and only you would have access to that data.
That's why I assume they're probably worried about maybe the security. Good.
Yep.
So next question, how about key validation, primary and foreign, and data source and surrogate key in target data warehouse?
If you can, so you can write a query that pulls the, I see what you're saying. Okay, you can pull it. So if the source keys are being brought over to the data warehouse, obviously you could test that in a normal test. If the target is creating a key, such as an auto sequence or something like that, you don't have anything from the source to verify to. So you just have to make sure that the target key, surrogate key, is in fact following business rules, and that it is auto sequenced or it's unique, obviously.
Yeah, I think that's key, Chris.
That is the key.
Data humor. Love it. Cool. So that's all the time we have for this question for this segment. I know you all are coming back after the next one on a demo for QuerySurge for DevOps. So if anyone has any other questions or follow-ups, let us know. Chris and Mike will be live right after this next demo of QuerySurge with DevOps. Thanks, guys. We'll be back.
Thanks, Joe.
All right. Thanks, Joe.
Hi, hello everyone, and welcome to our demo of QuerySurge for DevOps session. My name is Michael Calabrese. I'll be joined today with Chris Thompson, and we'll take you through a little bit of the DevOps setup for our QuerySurge tool. My name is Michael Calabrese. I joined RTTS back in 2009 as a test engineer. Since then, I have about now a decade worth or over a decade worth of experience in the functional data validation and ETL testing space. I've worked for many different clients across many verticals, and I'm currently helping QuerySurge clients and prospects in their implementations of the tool all around the world. And I am joined by Chris.
Thanks, Mike. My name is Chris Thompson. I'm a military veteran with 5 years of military service in the U.S. Navy. I flew around in a plane called the P-3 Orion, Sub Hunter. I have a bachelor's of science degree in computer science from the University of Delaware. I've done successful implementations on QA projects in the data space for over 15 years. I'm employed for RTTS for the past 21 years, and I started with RTTS as an entry-level test engineer just coming out of college. Worked in numerous fields, including pharmaceutical, utilities, and retail. Back to you, Mike.
All right, thanks, Chris. All right, so we're going to be talking about DevOps today, but first we'll go over our problem statement here. As you'll see on many of the sessions today, there are lots of data coming from lots of different sources, lots of systems all coming together through various ETL legs. And why is that important? Well, this data that's being ingested by all these companies are going to be used to make these critical business decisions, either to support applications and information to end users, or maybe for C-level suite executives to make decisions off of their business intelligence reports that could have financial impacts on the state of the company. So how do we test all this data? How is the testing landscape out in the world today? What we find is that the majority of companies are at these lower 3 levels. So they're either doing some sort of data sampling or maybe pulling information into Excel where they're testing a subset of their data, utilizing the possibility of data compares with minus queries. So source minus target, target minus source, trying to identify any of those differences, and either some form of homegrown solution that they've developed. Where most companies would like to get to is a higher maturity level of being able to test your data using an automated solution like QuerySurge. And then ultimately, where the trend is happening now is that top level of maturity where that automated solution is integrated into your DevOps solutions, your pipelines, so that everything together is running seamlessly from code development to deployment to testing and across that landscape of that continuous integration, continuous deployment stack.
So, Mike, if we have daily incrementals in our data warehouse, we're able to use DevOps to automatically kick off the QuerySurge tool to be able to execute the test.
Absolutely.
Upon completion of the ETL process?
Yeah, and that's the idea. And that's what we'll talk about today, and hopefully give you some techniques if you are experienced with the tool to be able to use it. And even if you're not experienced with the tool, hopefully to give you some insight to help you get to that higher level of the data maturity model. So that's certainly something that we'll talk about as we go through the demo today, Chris.
Excellent.
So just some basics first to cover how QuerySurge works if you haven't seen it before. QuerySurge is an automated data validation tool that will take 2 points, any 2 points really, of source and target, ingest that information into QuerySurge, and then can perform an analysis to identify any differences between your source and your target data sets. QuerySurge has the ability then to provide data validation analytics on those results, and we'll see in just a short moment how that all works together. So normal data process you may have, or a data environment, you may see various source systems coming together maybe into a big data lake that then moves over to a data warehouse, then maybe a data mart, and finally most of the time ending up in a business intelligence report where those critical decisions are going to be made. So each point where data is being moved from, let's say, a source to the data lake, that's what we consider an ETL leg. And there are usually some mappings associated with that data movement. If you looked and watched Chris's session earlier on how to create a project plan, it discusses in detail mapping requirements and documents that go along with it. We consider each of these as a testing point where we can point QuerySurge at to be able to validate that that data moves as it is expecting based on those mapping requirements. The QuerySurge environment, how QuerySurge is set up and configured. QuerySurge is a Web 2.0 based application. It is backended in MySQL with a Tomcat app server. There are several components which we call agents, and their main responsibility is to go out and execute the tests, fetch the data from the various data sources. QuerySurge users can access the tool via their favorite web browser, and it installs in most environment setups. And the main point here is that QuerySurge uses JDBC, which allows you to connect to most any of the data stores that are out there in the marketplace today. And here you see a partial list of everything that QuerySurge can connect to, most of which our customers and clients are using. And I do have experience with a number of the names that are on this list to be able to validate, because the landscape is so wide out there today. I mean, Chris, how many different data sources do you see on these projects that we're working on?
Dozens.
Yeah,
dozens.
So moving on now to what our main topic is going to be today is QuerySurge and how QuerySurge can work within your DevOps process. So QuerySurge itself comes with a RESTful API built into the tool. There's over 60 plus calls growing with each release to be able to go in and do a lot of the things that you may want or are capable of doing in the UI. You can do programmatically. And that works really well with being able to integrate with the different pipelines that you may have on your system and with the various technologies that you may have in place. The RESTful API itself really opens up the possibilities to integrate with a whole range of different tools. And that's what we'll be taking a look at today. And QuerySurge has built in it a Swagger documentation, which is an open source interface for describing RESTful APIs. So the APIs of QuerySurge, the documentation for it is actually built into the tool. And we'll go through this in detail today. The ultimate really end goal maybe would be something like you see here where you have a DevOps pipeline set up. You have maybe some source systems coming in, some ETL jobs going on, and you wanted to use QuerySurge to be able to validate that. And you can do that here with the QuerySurge API. You can also, and we'll see at the tail end here, have some integrations with maybe the test management tools or defect tracking software such as Jira using our webhooks connectivity capabilities. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to pull up a demo environment for QuerySurge. This should look familiar to you, Chris.
Way too familiar. Way too familiar.
So we're going to go ahead and start by logging in. And what I'm going to do today is I have this DevOps sample project. This DevOps sample project, we're going to exclusively use for this case the tutorial data. So anyone that downloads QuerySurge from our website, it's a free trial. You do have access to this tutorial documentation. It will walk you through a specific scenario about two fictitious companies, Xmart and Z-City, and go through some basics of how to data test. And it comes with
just like to point out, Mike, that this tutorial is excellent. Not only because I created it, but it really is.
I really think so as well. I mean, getting started with QuerySurge, this is one of the best ways to do it. It does look pretty basic, but it's what you want to understand the concepts of testing. You don't want some overly complicated data structure when you're trying to understand the processes and the functionality around the tool. So I'm going to have to agree with you, Chris. And just so you know, Chris did have a big hand in creating this tutorial document. So that's why he likes it so much.
I think you cleaned it up and reviewed it for me.
May have one or two changes. So the main point here is the data that we'll see today, it's available for you to try out. Maybe you can replicate some of the calls that I'll do in the demo today, and maybe get something out of it. So that's the hope here. We can see that we have our mapping document here. It's going to lay out how data is going to transform from the source system to the target system. And what we'll see in the tool actually is that when you load the tutorial data in, it comes preloaded with several different query pairs already created for you. So it's a good way to understand these basic concepts of what we'll be looking to do. So I'll open up, let's see, what's a good one? Chris, E-City order ID. Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah. So what we have here is basic query pair. We have our source side, our target side. And I just want to go over the basic functionality just so we can get an idea once we dive into the API, how you can then relate that back to what's expected of the test. So we have our source side going against our Z-City source. Our target is our data warehouse here. And we do have this test is basically a row count test. So it's checking to make sure you see we have one target and one source row coming back, but that row is going to be a count of the actual rows in our table here, that sales table specifically. So basically this test is to verify that data has moved over. We have all our records there, which is it's a basic test, but we may want to get a little bit more in depth, because if we take a look, and now I'm going to come over to our Squirrel client to just get a look into this database. So if I come over to Z-City and I do, let's say, select all from sales, and Squirrel is a nice open source technology. Let's see here. So we want to be going against the sale, not sales. So very important when we're writing queries that were accurate.
Now syntax is.
Exactly. So what we can see here is we have the limit turned on. So if we do the enabling or the disabling of limits, we'll get the full suite of tables here. And there we go. That's our count there, 6,919. Now, it's not just a set of records here, but it's records and fields with data. So our next example that we'll take a look at is going to test the status field that's part of this table. And that status field gets transformed as it moves over to the data warehouse. And what we can see in these particular results is that, the record counts are the same, but we have a specific field that we're testing, and that field is different on our source and our target. And QuerySurge is able to identify that to us. So would you say this is a problem, Chris?
Absolutely. It looks like there's a translation problem between the source and the target.
Yeah, I would say so too. So a good indication then that something has gone wrong in ETL code. Maybe we want to report this out to our developers. Maybe bring this back to the business to make sure that the rule or the mapping has been defined correctly, and take it from there. But just wanted to highlight the basic functionality and how QuerySurge works within the query pairs itself.
So we'll look good for finding it.
Yes.
But the developers won't look so good
Well,
for creating it.
No, they may be a little bit upset, or maybe they'll be happy because we found it in our QA environment and not in production.
That's a good point, Mike.
That's right.
Yeah. Work as a team.
That's it. Collaboration is key. So these design time runs, the runs that we've been looking at, they're nice when you're developing the query pair. They're good for your one-off ad hoc runs. When it comes time to run your more formal tests, run, let's say, your regression suite, that's when you want to come over to our what we have here is our test suite section in our scheduling module. So a test suite is really a collection of query pairs. So similar query pairs you can see in the example I have here. I'm testing a number of different fields in the Z-City database, all going against our DW target. We'll want to, let's say, save that and make sure that we're going to be validating the data as it moves across each of these systems. So now I can certainly click Run Now. I can do this manually from the UI here, but since we're talking about DevOps, let's have some fun with the QuerySurge API and kick this off using our Swagger documentation that I talked about earlier. So the neat thing about QuerySurge is that every QuerySurge instance, if I were to just take our URL here and type in rest-docs or rest-docs at the end, that's going to bring up our Swagger documentation. And in here, we can see all of the available API calls that we can make into QuerySurge. And they're broken out by section here. The one we'll probably want to take a look at first to kick off that test suite is going to be execute suite here. But before we do that, we need to authenticate with the QuerySurge server. So we do have our authentication login call here. And now the great thing about Swagger is this is an interactive documentation. So I can click try it out. And here I am. I'm given an edit screen here. And I'm going to type in our demo username for which we have set up in this demo environment. And I'm going to click execute. That's actually going to fire an API call against QuerySurge. And if everything works out good, I'm going to get a nice response code here. I'm going to go ahead and download this just so we have it for reference, because we'll be using this to make additional calls, as this will be our authentication token. So anytime you're going to be using the QuerySurge API, you'll want to start with this call because it's the way that you can access all the other calls. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. So basically, you need to be able to log in to get the session ID to be able to interact with QuerySurge from outside QuerySurge.
That's exactly right.
Just like you were logging in through the front end.
Yeah, there you go.
Fashion.
So now that I have the authentication token, I can come over to my execute suite option here. And you'll see I'm going to be asked for a little bit more information. We'll click that try it out button again, and we'll put in our authentication token because that's what we know. And the first piece of information to make this execution call is our project ID. So we are working within project 15 within QuerySurge. That's the DevOps demo that I have set up. Our suite ID that we'll want to execute. Let's come on back here and we'll see, okay, we have ID 1. That's the one we're going to want to execute in here. So if I come back to the documentation, we'll say ID 1. We'll want to give the scenario a name. You got a good name, Chris?
Chris.
Let's call it Chris's scenario.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right, cool.
Okay, cool.
All right.
There you go. Now, there's also some other options here where you can set tags. Tags, we're going to leave this false, but tags are a nice way within QuerySurge, if you look either at the query pair or the test suite level, where you can tag in certain assets, tag in tags to certain assets. So if I had all my ZCity tests and I wanted to search them within QuerySurge, I can search on that ZCity tag. I feel like that's a popular feature you see now in some of the different testing tools out there. I guess Azure DevOps comes to mind, some of the others as well. But we're going to leave this blank. And we're going to want to append the time, just so we have a timestamp when we actually run this. We can then, if we're looking historically back at these results, understand when the scenario was run at a glance when looking in the run dashboard. So I think we're good. Should we press execute?
I think so.
All right.
We should.
And there we go. So we've got an execution. The response back for this particular call is going to be a GUID ID for the scenario. That'll be important later, as we'll see. But let's come over to QuerySurge and check if that Chris scenario has started. And well, would you look at that? There it goes. So currently it is scheduled right now, and now it's kicking off via the magic of the API.
That's the coolest scenario you've ever executed, Mike.
I'm sure it is, Chris. So one of the other cool things we can do with the GUID ID is if we wanted to get that high-level result of the scenario to see what state it is in, we can come over here into our status option, and we can retrieve the execution status of our scenario. So all we'll need is that GUID ID for the scenario. We'll need our authentication token, and we'll need the project ID, which is 15. So we can go ahead and click execute on. Oh, did I do quotes? Yes, I did.
Yeah, no quotes.
No quotes. All right. So the status is currently running as it currently is. And then I'll click this again. And you can see how it's changed, because if I look in QuerySurge, it probably just wrapped up executing, and we do have a failure. So if I were to open this up in QuerySurge, we can see majority of the query pairs passed, but we do have those failures in here. And just like you can do in the design time run, you can see the source target information and those different failures here. So it looks like, do we have a failure here, Chris?
I think we do. But it doesn't look like we do. Let's see, source ID 010005 and target.
I think I know what's wrong here.
I don't know. It looks the same, Mike. I think. Oh.
So there's a white space in here. So this is the first name, last name split. So we got an extra white space. QuerySurge captures really any and all characters that are going to be part of that field set. So you can see, not by the eye, but if you use this show white space, you're able to then see that white space value that is causing the failure in the difference.
Sounds like
here.
somebody forgot to use trim.
Yeah. Always be sure to trim. All right. So that's just some basic information. And the nice thing about this is all of those calls that I just executed, they're all part of the base API. And that means that any instance of QuerySurge can make those calls. So if you were to go download a 15-day trial, you'll be able to interact with those specific authentication, execute suite, and get status calls. We'll also talk about the snippet calls. So let me talk about the snippets for a little bit, which is also part of the API. If I have, let's say, let me pick another scenario here. I think I know which one I want to do. I thought I knew which one. Now I know which one. All right. So I'm going to pull up another query pair here. This one is testing the date a customer has joined this Z City program here. So if we take a look at the results, we basically have a customer ID or a source ID and the date that they've joined. So we can see a list of different historical dates in here. And if we can, for a second, imagine that part of my testing scenario is not to test all the dates in the database, but I want to narrow the scope to a particular set of dates. So this happens a lot, especially when you're dealing with maybe financial companies where you want to look at specific quarters, or even retail companies for that matter, or really any business. There's a focus on quarter, there's a focus on past year, things like that. And given the amount of data that's out there, this usually is the case where you'll want to narrow the scope into focusing on specific dates.
So if it was Walmart, I wouldn't want to test all their orders from the beginning of time.
No, I don't think you would want to.
It would just take way too long.
Yes. So in that case, what I've done here is I've expanded out the SQL statement. I've cheated a little bit because I've planned ahead. And I have two SQL statements here that are going to slightly modify our query pair. Now, before we get into what this is, we'll talk about what we're trying to do here. As we mentioned, that we wanted to filter or trim on a specific date. So instead of getting everything, let's say I want to get things for the first half of January. So if I wanted to do that, I can put in here the specific dates, and that will filter out the dates for me if I get my quotes right. Now, if my requirements are to test the first half of January, the second half of January, and the beginning of February, I can certainly create 3 different query pairs to be able to do that. Or I can use QuerySurge's reusable snippet function, which is essentially a way to parameterize your query pair. So in order to do that, I can come over here, I can select the text that I want to snippetize or parameterize, and we'll give it a name. We'll call it start date. And for this portion of the filter, we'll give it a name. We'll call it end date. You think that's a good name, Chris?
No, I don't think it's a very good name. I think it should be final date.
Final date.
Wait, that doesn't make sense. No, it's good.
End date's a good name. All right, so we'll use that on both the source and the target side. So snippets can be used amongst multiple query pairs on either side. The only real requirement is that when the snippets themselves are all resolved and you run your query pair, that you have a valid SQL statement in there. So now that I've created these, let's go ahead and save this query pair. And let's see here. If I go to the reusable query snippets, we have 2 snippets created. I can certainly go in here, click run test, come back, update the snippets, click run test again. But since we're using the API, why don't we do something programmatically to, let's say, cycle through those dates? Sound like a good idea?
I like that idea. So we can do the first quarter and then do the first half of the month, do the second half of the month, third, fourth, so on.
Exactly. And now to be able to do that, we'll take a look first at this call here, which is going to be our update snippet call. So let's just take a look at our snippet section. And look at that. We have a snippet call for an API call that we can update our snippet with. And all we'll need to do for that, header-wise, is be able to put our project ID, our authentication token, and the ID of the snippet we want to look up. And in here, which is a little bit different than the other two calls that we've made here, we're going to have some specifics to put in the request body. So we're going to want to make sure that we define the name of the snippet, the path of the snippet, which in this case is at the root level, so it would be request reusable query snippets, and then the text, which is going to be what we want to change that snippet to. So we know we have, what did I call it? End date?
Start date and end date.
Not final date?
No, was it final? No, it was. We decided on end date.
Yeah. All right, cool. So just to see how this would work, we can say, Chris's scenario. So let's update it to Chris's snippet.
Yeah, that's better. I think.
And then I was here in the description. And again, with the asset tags, we're not going to put any on the snippet, but that's always an option. So within the snippet itself, these have IDs similar to the suite ID. We have 6 and 7. So we can come over here. Let's update, since the end date is 7, I believe, right? Let's update snippet 7. And we also need our authentication token, don't we, Chris?
Absolutely. Without that, nothing will work.
That's right. And project ID is 15. Those we're familiar with. These are new. Let's go ahead and fire this off and see what we get back. So it looks like we got a 204 code back. That's a good indication that the snippet was updated. You can see that response code listed out here. If I were to get an error, the specific errors for each of the calls that you make are listed here. So if I didn't have that authentication token, Chris, it's a good chance I'll get that 401 error, right?
Yeah, it's the one I get all the time because I always forget the token ID.
So let's check if it actually worked. Let's come into our end date. And there we go. It says Chris's snippet.
That's a cool name. I like it.
All right. So now that we understand the values we'll need to pass in, let's write some code to be able to cycle through them. And what we have here is just a CSV file that's going to have the values that I want to input into our snippet and then cycle through. So we're going to take a combination of all the different calls that we've made so far, put them all together into a script that will cycle through, update the snippets, and then execute the tests. I have just a very basic patch file here that's using curl, which is a tool that you'll be able to make these requests on. So if I were to open up a command line, put a curl command in here, that would take the same action as me clicking execute from the Swagger documentation. We'll just need to make some key updates here for our latest values. So we have our authentication token and our suite ID, which we come over to our QuerySurge instance. I have a snippet suite created, but I didn't add that query pair in there yet. So let's go ahead and add that query pair. And that is ID 73. So what we'll do now is we'll bring up a command line to execute this batch file. I'll just navigate to the location of the file. And we can then call this batch file to be able to run. And what it's going to do is we'll see that it's going to report back on the status, just as we did with the other call here. It's currently not run, but we should see it execute shortly. If we come over now to our QuerySurge run dashboard, which is where all these results are, we'll do a little refresh. And we can see then our snippets API scripts are executing. Let's take a look at the first result here. And if we take a look at the source and the target, we're aligning with what we are driving this with, which is the beginning of January to the middle of January. We can see that has updated both our source and target queries. And it continues on and creates new test suites as it loops through each of these. So we can see that we have now the second half of the month. And then as this final one is executing, we should see in here, let's say, the end of January to the middle of February. So just a simple example of a way that you can utilize the API to do some data-driven tests and manipulate your results here to target in based on your testing requirements so that you don't have to test the whole set, but maybe a targeted set and maybe updates as they come in. So you can imagine that you may have some incremental tests that get updated daily. You can create an API script to update a snippet in QuerySurge so that you're testing new data as it comes in each day, just as an example.
Right. You might be also Walmart, right? And have 2.5 or more petabytes of data. And you want to do a data migration, say they're doing a data migration, and to test that field would just be use so much processing power that it wouldn't be feasible to do it in one go. You could just break it up into months, years, whatever you need to do to make sure you test all the data.
Absolutely. And instead of having to create specific query pairs for each date range or each whatever filter you want, you can break it out programmatically, and you can schedule your runs by manipulating those snippets and breaking up your tests that way. So that's a great point, Chris.
Very cool.
Yeah. And now, I mean, I've used some pretty basic calls here. I've used curl, and you can actually see in the REST documentation, it's going to give you the actual curl command that you can use within here. But really, when we're talking about RESTful APIs, there are so many applications that in languages that can take advantage of them. Postman, for example, is great for API testing. And since QuerySurge is built with the open API specs, you can actually come in here, get the open API JSON, and I can load that into Postman. And once I do that, I'll have access to all of the QuerySurge API calls. One of the advantages of here, and the reason I'm doing this, is to show you the different technologies that can be implemented by utilizing RESTful APIs. So if I were to just pick one, let's say, that we have in here, Postman has a nice little feature where you can see on the side the different coding languages that you can use to call into the QuerySurge RESTful API. So whether you're using the simple curl command as I just was, if you're into Java or JavaScript, all Python, for example, all are ways where you can access and use the sort of RESTful standard to be able to make those different calls in the system. Pretty cool, right?
Absolutely. So how do I get up to speed with the API?
Well, like I was mentioning, the API itself is embedded into the QuerySurge application.
Okay.
So if I had a question about any of these different calls, let's say I want to execute a list of suites. There's information here, but there's also, if you come down into the, let's say here for the one I have executed, the different schema details, you can see the differences in what the codes that you're expecting back for. And if I were to, let's say, come into the query pair update, for example, I can click on schema, and each of the information that's going to be in the body, it's going to tell me exactly what I need to know about what I need to update with QuerySurge. So before diving into the API, it's always a good idea to understand the tool and how it functions itself. I'm sure, as you know, Chris, there is a great knowledge base for QuerySurge. And if you're on the full test skills session today, I know Eric has done a great overview of the QuerySurge portal, which has numerous training courses to help you get up to speed on the tool. So in talking about, let's say, this basic example and maybe some of the different languages that you can use, let's take a look at maybe a more involved scenario. For this, we're going to actually go out and beyond our base API And we're going to use some of the additional calls in here that come with the QuerySurge DevOps for Data add-on. So that is licensed separately from the base API, but certainly anyone that's interested in trying it out or doing a POC where you want to use the base API, that's something we do make available on a POC trial basis. Now, the call that we're going to be taking a look at is going to be under the, let's see, I believe it's under the suite update level. So let me close these down so we can get a better view. So we're going to actually take a look at this suite update call. So this is a little bit more involved with the DevOps for Data API. It's a lot more powerful. You can make more extensive updates. So if I wanted to update a suite, and one of the reasons we want to maybe do that is maybe we want to update some connection values. So in our, let's say, original example here for this DevOps test, all of these query pairs themselves are going against the data warehouse connection that we have. What we also have available in the system, if we take a look at the connections that we have in our environment here, is a system called DW upgrade. So let's say our data warehouse got upgraded and we need to test that the upgraded data warehouse is working. And maybe this happens on a regular basis and it's part of our data pipeline. Having to go in and update each of the different connections that we'll see on each of the query pairs may be cumbersome. There is a feature at the suite level where in the UI, you can come in here and do an override. So it can say, instead of pointing to the regular data warehouse target, let's point to the data warehouse upgrade. Or we can integrate that to get to that higher maturity level that we talked about in the beginning here as part of our pipeline. And in here, we have an example Jenkins instance that's going to have a mock pipeline. And what we'll do is we're going to go ahead and take a look at how we have that pipeline set up and what kind of looks like to be able to connect with and integrate QuerySurge with. So I have this DevOps sample here. I called it DW upgrade pipeline. You know, it's a good name, right?
It's an okay name.
Yeah. What would you would probably name the Chris's pipeline.
That's correct. It would definitely be more successful.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, for sure. So let's take a look at our pipeline script. So in this case, we're using Jenkins, and Jenkins uses a version of Groovy, which is a Java-based script where you can write out your pipeline steps. So first step of the pipeline is going to be our database upgrade. We're not going to write that specific code, but we're going to imagine that that's what's happening. What we're interested in is the testing part of the pipeline. So we've set up some jobs here. And instead of using the curl command, we're using Jenkins to make these API calls. And we're building out our headers, as you can see here. This is our authentication header to get our authentication token. And we're using a library called JSON Slurper to be able to bring in those JSON objects and parse them out. What I'm particularly interested in is that token, so that session ID that I can then pass along to the next calls I'll make in my pipeline. And for this call, we're taking a look at updating the connections, as I mentioned. So we have our target connection and our source connection IDs that we want to set. And we have our description for our suite and our connection override behavior. So we're saying at this test suite level, we now want to point to our upgraded data warehouse. And then to the asset IDs, that's going to be a listing of our query pairs that are part of this test suite. And then should we call this DevOps, Chris's DevOps test?
I think that's a good idea.
And yeah, you know what? That looks pretty good. So we're going to go ahead and save that. Save that change. And why don't we kick off the pipeline?
Do it.
So this is just a small example, but you can imagine this may be part of an ongoing process that's happening daily, monthly, whatever time frame you may have. You can see Jenkins is taking us through the steps. If I wanted to get a look at what's going on behind the scenes in the console output, we can see all the calls that I've built in that Groovy script are being made. If I came over to our QuerySurge instance, we should see that the DevOps pipeline is running. It's running Chris's DevOps test as we have renamed it. And you can see it's about 70% complete. And what we are doing here is reporting the status back to Jenkins. So we're still running, we're making that status API call. Once this wraps up, we'll get an overall result back into Jenkins.
So this is constantly pinging QuerySurge to get the current status.
Exactly. So we have a little loop going on here. We're making that scenario status call, the one that we showed earlier, on a regular basis to see what's going on. And we don't move on until we get a result. And here we can see that we've gotten that failed result back now. We can then move on to the next jobs in the pipeline. And we got a failure here. So we can then, based on our setup, we can then maybe do some rollback procedures in our pipeline, reverse the upgrade changes if necessary, or maybe just do something like notify the team that there was an issue. But the point is that the power of the API allows you all those and affords you all those different options to really customize your pipelines and get them working however you like.
Excellent. I like it.
Cool. So just to sort of recap, we come in here, we'll take a look at our results. Yeah, we have a failure.
This is status again. It keeps coming back.
Should get someone to fix that.
I know.
So QuerySurge is great, data validation and testing tool. I showed Jenkins here, but really any tool that can work with the rest of the API, you should be able to integrate with. If you have schedulers like Control-N or any other ETL tools out there, those are things that all can be integrated with QuerySurge. If you have a defect management or a test management solution that also has an API, the great thing about QuerySurge is that there is in QuerySurge the capability to set up webhooks. So sort of to complete and round out the DevOps workflow, I have here in QuerySurge set up a webhook to call into Jira and report in case we do have any failures. So in sticking with this Jenkins upgrade, if I log into my sample Jira project that I've created, you can see that just now, after that test is run, since we've gotten a failure, we've called that webhook and we've said, hey, let's create a defect because our QuerySurge test didn't pass. And now this is a single pipeline, a single streamlined event, but you can imagine in the complexities that we see in some of these setups, it could be very useful to have this sort of tracking capability to set those tests up in QuerySurge, integrate them with the pipeline, and then be able to report out into your various systems. And not only Jira, but really anything that can accept a webhook. So we come pre-configured with templates for Slack and Teams, also GitHub and GitLab in our latest release. And really any tool that can be set up with an API, you can certainly create. So you come in here, just click Add, select your provider as other, just type in the endpoint URL and the payload, and you're off and running. So really come a long way in the ability to provide those examples to be able to get that full integration. I think that's pretty useful, right, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. So in the case of, we're talking about Walmart. So Walmart with the dates, we can feed in the dates for the last, 20 years. And every time there's a failure, we could automatically send a defect into Jira and notify the team.
Exactly. And assign the work out. And upon resolution, we kick off the pipeline. And if you've done your work and have your mapping documents in order, you'll be able to easily identify in QuerySurge what mappings you'll need to retest. And that's very important. If you want to learn more about mappings, make sure you check out the project planning session that Chris and I did.
Absolutely.
Mappings, I would say, are the most important thing, especially when you're starting out a project. And QuerySurge gives you the ability to identify and put in mappings on each of your query pairs. You can even access the mappings programmatically from the API. So if you're looking to pull down information, let's say from a query pair itself, that information comes across property-wise for query pairs, as well as the different asset tags like I talked about earlier that you may want to use. One of the final things I'll talk about, just to dive into some additional REST API calls here. What we see in the examples here is we're getting some high-level results back. We see that the overall scenario has failed. We do see that we're able to create a defect based on that failure. It's giving us these high-level metrics. Coming into the tool is where we can see those detailed views of which query pair has failed and which failures we may want to review. So one of the other things that you can do with the API is be able to get that specific row-level results if you so choose. I know some of our customers like to build out customized dashboards, and the API is a great way to do that. So if I wanted to, let's say, get the status from this query pair, maybe a subset or an example of these statuses, there's a call in there to be able to do that. That's under the results call here, where you can come in, and we call this the row level results. So if I want to get the row level results for a query pair in a scenario, I can provide several different pieces to be able to do that. What will happen is that the row level results will then come back in a JSON format. And then based on whatever setup I have, I can manipulate that data, display that data, report out on that data, all in a programmatic or automatic fashion. So, what do you think, Chris?
I think it's a lot of information. That's what I think. I think it's a good thing we offer training. Fundamentals ETL testing.
Yes.
We have a DevOps course and QuerySurge practitioner courses all on QuerySurge.com through our portal, and it's available to anyone that would like to take it.
Yeah, definitely recommend the training. Like I said, I know Eric sort of went through that, but it's definitely useful information up on there. And, I encourage everyone out there to, if you can, download a trial, maybe play with some of the base API stuff, or if you're an existing customer and you want to try out DevOps, definitely worth a look, especially if you're doing those different implementations across your systems.
And the best part about the training is you can get certificates that you can put on LinkedIn so that everybody else in the world can know.
That is
you are now certified.
That is a very good. How many certificates do you have? I thought you got them all. You got one?
Wait, I created them.
Yeah, I think you got them all.
Yeah, I got them all.
You got them all.
But I knew the answers all up to the exam.
I'm sure that helps.
It does help when you created the question.
Of course. Again, like always, there's information on our website, QuerySurge.com. I think that pretty much does it for our DevOps overview. So yeah, I want to thank everyone for joining today. Thank you, Chris, for all your input. Some great names that you came up with today. And
anytime, Mike.
Thank you for watching. Again, if you're interested in learning anything more about QuerySurge, DevOps included, go to QuerySurge.com. And Joe, thank you for having us. It certainly was a pleasure. Definitely enjoyed it. And, have a great day, everyone.
All right, another great session. All right, guys, we're about to go live again. And I see Mike, Chris, if you can turn your camera on, and we can go live. There we go. Let's do this. Welcome back, guys.
All right.
Thanks, Joe.
Awesome.
I don't think we ever left.
No doubt. So that was a long session. I'm always curious to know when you watch back a session, I know you were online, is there anything you wish you were able to cover, even though you took a lot of time, or you think people need to maybe take a deeper dive into?
Yeah, I mean, there's just looking at that Swagger documentation, you can see that there's a ton of calls out there that could be made. So certainly wasn't able to get through all of them and maybe cover every scenario where they would be useful. I think we covered the basics, which was, my hope there to sort of introduce people to the Swagger documentation and some of the things that you can play around with in QuerySurge. Maybe we'll went into the row level results a little bit more to show how to pull out or extract information, maybe from the query pairs. But I encourage anyone that is already a QuerySurge customer or maybe interested in using QuerySurge to go for the DevOps or data trial and test it out for themselves, because everyone's case is unique and different. That's what we tried to do with the DevOps API there, is to make it as adaptable as possible for different situations that customers may find themselves in.
How many customers are actually incorporating this into the DevOps pipeline? It seems kind of advanced. I don't know how many people, do people know they can do this? Or when they hear it, they're like, oh my gosh, how come I'm not doing it?
I'd say it's a mix of both. I mean,
Yeah.
certainly that's the trend across the industry now. I think DevOps is certainly a hot topic. Companies are looking to create those pipelines, integrate things as much as they can. So I would say it's trending in that direction. We did have some early adopters in our customer base take this on, but you're seeing more questions about it now. More people are being interested in wanting to take that next step. Like I said in the slide deck, to get that elevated maturity level.
Absolutely. Love it. All right, one of the questions we have is, what programming language do you support for writing the API calls?
Anything that could call into a RESTful API. So I did touch upon a little bit with the Postman example there, right, where you can sort of template out those different calls. So pretty much any language that would support a RESTful call and has access to that QuerySurge endpoint, you can develop scripts around.
Great. Okay, next question. Is there a can we parameterize the QuerySurge connection, both source and target and test suite, and run our test, invoking our test via DevOps, so I can have one test suite created and run the same test suite for different environments, test staging area via DevOps?
Yeah, great question. And that's certainly something that's one of the main use cases for being able to utilize the API. I did show in the demo the override capability at the test suite level. So in this example, I did a data warehouse target. I changed that to data warehouse upgrade. You can do the same thing if you have connections set up for your staging, QA, and even production environments. If you want to run those same types of tests against those different environments, you can invoke that update test suite call, change the connections, run the test, and repeat as desired until you've tested all your environments fully. So certainly a possibility, and one of the main use cases that we see in being able to utilize the API for that specific call.
Thank you, Priya, for all your questions so far. Great questions. Next one is there a special license required for the DevOps for data API add-on?
Yes, so that is part of an add-on. An add-on license is required for full access to all of the DevOps API calls. The first couple calls that I showed were part of the base API. That's available in every instance of QuerySurge. So the ability to execute a suite, the ability to update a snippet, those are all basic calls. Anything more advanced where you want to do those, for example, manipulation of connections or even updating query pairs and the queries that you have within them, that's going to require the DevOps for Data add-on. If you're interested in it, like I mentioned on the call, there's information on our website. And if you're already a QuerySurge customer, just reach out to your account executive and they'll be able to get you set up with the trial for it.
Nice. So I think you already answered this, but someone asked it, so maybe I missed it. Can we use Postman API tool to integrate with the QuerySurge tool?
Yeah, I mean, Postman really can integrate with the variety of different APIs out there. It's fairly easy if you're playing around with Postman to load in the OpenAI API JSON and get all those calls loaded into the Postman and play around with it that way.
Great. A few more questions
right
left.
There, Chris?
Yeah, Chris. What do you do in a P30? Do you just fly around and you actually look for subs down a? How does that work?
Well, yeah, that's an interesting concept. So they the P3 is now decommissioned. They don't use them anymore. They use them for hurricane hunters, but they drop buoys into the water. The buoys send signals up to the plane, and the buoys are sonar. So they triangulate to figure out where the submarine is.
Oh, very cool. A lot of
Go
data
back
there
to
for
Query.
sure. Cool, right?
Yeah. I
Um,
thought he was going to say it's classified.
yeah, me too. I was going to say we can't talk about that. Oh, cool. Isn't DevOps for data add-on required to use QuerySurge webhooks?
No, that's a great question. So the QuerySurge webhooks comes with the latest versions of QuerySurge. It is not part of the DevOps for data package. So if you were just wanting to set up webhook calls with your QuerySurge tests that you schedule in the tool to provide updates to Jira, Slack, or Teams, that's something that comes with the base product in the latest releases, and you can easily set up not only to the technologies that I mentioned or the tools that I mentioned, but to anything that would accept an API call. We try to make it as easily as configurable as possible by providing you the different header settings that you can input and customize payloads that way. So most any tool that would accept a API call, you can configure to run with webhooks.
Would that apply to functional automation? I'm trying to think of a test case, but maybe Selenium or Playwright. Could they just make a call to QuerySurge and somehow act on that data? Do any customers ever
It's an
use
interesting
that?
scenario. Yeah, I mean, talking about it now, I don't think I've done a particular setup like that, but you could certainly, if you have a Selenium script, maybe you want to perform some actions in the UI and
Right.
then say, okay, last step is to call in to run a QuerySurge test and validate that data. If Selenium can call into the QuerySurge API, I don't see any issue with that.
Nice.
Yeah, we did have a customer that was running functional automation using Selenium, and the data they required for their Selenium script was in QuerySurge. So we helped them create an API call to QuerySurge to pull back that data, and then they ingested it in their Selenium script.
Very cool.
No, so you did it the other way from what I just described, where you're getting that data-driven aspect and then Selenium script. Yeah, it works too.
That's right.
So talking about tools, Chris, I think you mentioned it. You were trying to do something in WinRunner, and then you moved over to Excel, and then that became QuerySurge. Can you tell a little backstory, like how that happened?
Yeah, so in that pharmaceutical company, I was tasked with testing a data warehouse. So I attempted doing that with WinRunner, as I said earlier. And yes, so I read a WinRunner script to enter information through a source system, and then would verify the next day because the incremental or the ETL process happened overnight. Then I had another WinRunner script that would run a SQL call, bring it back into WinRunner, and then I would do verifications that way. So that was my first attempt. But you just couldn't sample all the different permutations of that ETL through front-end source system efficiently enough. So then I started to write SQL against the source, SQL against the target in WinRunner, executing both of those, bringing it back and having WinRunner run through it all to make sure all the data is correct. Again, highly inefficient, but it worked.
Very cool.
Eventually, we took it out of the tool, out of WinRunner, and built it in VB, and then used Microsoft Access to
nice,
to manage everything.
It's bringing me back. So next next question: is there any limits to the number of requests you can that can be made?
No, there's no limit on the number of requests that you can make against the QuerySurge API, so you can develop your scripts and cover your use cases however you'd like.
Is there any questions your customers ask you about often that if they knew they could do something, it would just make things easier when they're starting with DevOps? Is there anything like a checklist they need to have placed in order to be successful or anything like that?
I mean, mostly the checklist is that, the first question is obviously, does it integrate with our tool? And then once we go into the RESTful configurations, most of the time they find out that yes, it can. So then it's a matter of figuring out what those use cases are, how they maybe want to kick off and organize their pipelines, and seeing where QuerySurge can fit in. Because a lot of the key components is going to be to understand what tests you need to run and when, and where do they fall in that sort of pipeline status there. So you obviously don't want to run them all at the end if it doesn't make sense to. You maybe want to do sort of an incremental approach. And, as Chris talked earlier in his session, the sort of multi-leg to single-leg approach, maybe target certain scripts along the way for your pipeline and kick them off. And in some cases, you can use QuerySurge as maybe like a gatekeeper. So if you detect an issue early on, maybe hold on and pause that ETL process. Don't let that bad data propagate through all the way to the end, because you'll end up with more cleanup to do at that point. So we do see customers sort of implementing that approach. And I think it's useful to sort of avoid that unnecessary cleanup if you can catch those issues early on in those pipelines.
That's a great use case. I used to work for a company where they'd get data drops every night and they do the transformation. If they had this in place back then, it would have been saved a lot of time, like you said.
Yeah, even to validate, data before if it's getting staged or before it's dropped into the system. You have maybe data coming from an outside company or a third party, and they're supposed to follow a particular format.
Yeah.
And guess what? It didn't, and that's going to then propagate through your system. So you can certainly use QuerySurge to validate that your data is formatted correctly before ingesting all of it and causing some issues.
Great use case. All right. So, is there any limitation to the number of requests that can be made?
I think we just had this one, but I'll answer it again. No, you can do any number of requests that you like and script your scripts however you like.
I think we also may have answered this, but just in case, what tools can integrate with QuerySurge API?
I think Chris wants to answer this question. He's just looking.
Just about anything can integrate with the QuerySurge API.
And it just makes it make a REST request. Is that how it all works?
That's how it all works. There is the first iterations of the QuerySurge API were done via command line. That option is still available, but where things are heading and where the tool integrations are moving, it's more into that sort of RESTful integration space. And, so we still do provide both, but in general, when I talk about implementations, it's mostly that the RESTful option that the companies are looking to implement.
Guys, it looks like those are all the questions. I guess before we go, though, any parting words of wisdom you want to leave the folks that are joining us for testing for quality in the data analytics world? Mike, parting words of wisdom?
I mean, I'm going to hit on it again. I think documentation is the most important and key thing. Those mapping documents, make sure you develop them before sitting out and going in and journeying on your data testing journey. So, like I said, documentation is key. Working together is key as well. So it's important to get the insights of everyone on the team, from the ETL developers to the business analysts to the QA testers. I'd say working together is paramount to being successful in your data testing efforts.
Absolutely. Chris, parting words of wisdom?
Yeah, I agree with Mike with the documentation for sure. Collaboration with the team, communication, I think, is key. Additionally, training, and then baby steps. Don't try to do it. Don't try to build the pyramid in one day. It's going to take you a while. So I think the baby step approach is definitely the right way to go. Build small, and then eventually get to the finish line. Be a turtle, not a rabbit.
It can be intimidating looking at some of these ETL processes and all the tables and all the data, and it's like, oh, where do I start? Well, you got to start somewhere. So, like Chris is saying, take those baby steps is key. And before you know it, you'll find that you have, 100-page mapping document and 1,000 query pairs, and you're validating all your data, and you're in a better space than you were when you started.
Awesome. Thanks again, guys. 2 great sessions. Really appreciate you all. And hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks,
Bye. Awesome. 2 great sessions from Chris and Mike. Mike's going to be joining us once again, but he's going to be joining us in the roundtable. But next up, we actually have Eric. And Eric is going to be talking about a walkthrough of the training portal. You've heard a lot about training, free certifications. I think Eric covers some of these things, self-paced training, a lot of cool things I think really help you, get you up to speed, followed by a roundtable. But before we get into that, I want to give you like a 10-minute break. It's a break session, but it's also a time for a game we're about to drop here in the chat. So the game is a matching game. Basically, hopefully you've been paying attention. What it's going to do, it's going to have an image and a quote, and you just need to match the image with the quote. And the top 3 times are going to win a prize. The first one is a $100 gift card to Amazon. The last 2 are going to be RTTS swag bags. And so definitely you don't want to miss your chance to do this now. So in the chat, I'm going to put in the, this is the game link. Ooh, Stephanie beat me to it. Thank you, Stephanie. So Stephanie just dropped a link called Game Link. Click on that game link, and that game link will allow you to play the game during this break. Any questions, let me know while during break, and I'll try to get to them as well. But we will be back in 10 minutes. So definitely take advantage of that game, and we'll announce winners at the end of the day. Cool. Thank you, everyone, for participating, for all your questions so far. Make sure to stick around all the way to the end because we will announce the winners at the very end. You won't want to miss it, so you want to stick around for that as well. We'll be right back. All right, welcome everyone back from that break. Hopefully you took advantage of that game. Stephanie will drop a link when it's time to end the game. She'll say like 5 minutes left when it's time to end, but we have a bunch of people already participating. If you haven't participated, check out that link now because you only have a few more minutes left to actually have a chance to win first prize, which is a $100 gift card, Amazon gift card. And the last two is going to be some special QuerySurge swag that you don't want to miss out on. So first highest time gets the gift card, and the next two get the swag bag. So definitely take advantage of it now if you haven't already. And next up, we have a great session on a walkthrough of the training portal with Eric, with a lot of great information there, followed by Eric Live, and then followed by the roundtable, and followed by the end, where we actually will have the founder of RTTS joining us to wrap it all up and bring it all home. So thank you everyone for participating so far, and for your awesomeness. So let's check out Eric's session, followed by live Q&A. Get your questions in as soon as possible so we can ask them as soon as they come on. So let's get to Eric's session.
All right, thanks everyone for joining the session today. My name is Eric Smyth. I'm the Director of Global Alliances at RTTS, which is the parent company of QuerySurge. I've been with the company for 20 years in various different roles. Started out as a test engineer, where I was implementing test automation across a wide variety of different customers. And for 12 years, I ran our training department. I delivered training classes on functional test automation solutions, as well as test management tools, supporting a wide variety of different vendors, HP Mercury, IBM Rational, some of the open source tools on the market. And then for the last 5 years, I've run the QuerySurge Alliances division, where I pretty much support our partners for both pre-sales and implementation opportunities, as well as looking to recruit new partners to join our ecosystem. So what the plan is for today is to give you a quick walkthrough of the QuerySurge training portal, show you how to register for it, how to navigate through it, how to take the training, as well as some of the certifications that goes along with it. So with that, let's get started. So one of the things we learned very early on was that as we were expanding, getting new customers, adding new partners, we needed a way to be able to get our customers and partners up to speed, not only with the product, but with all the intricacies of data testing and how they can apply best practices to be successful with QuerySurge. So after investigation and trying to figure out the best way to do this, we developed our own content and training portal. This content training portal is built on Moodle. Moodle is the leading open source learning management system in the marketplace. It's used by many colleges and universities. And we felt this gave us a nice platform for allowing our customers and partners to easily learn the product and get up to speed. It has a nice interface that's easy to navigate. I'm going to walk you through some of these items. And it's kind of your one-stop shop for all QuerySurge content. So very important to, if you are a customer or if you are a partner, to get registered for the portal, to get access to it, because you're going to find a lot of great resources there. And again, it's a valuable resource. And as we started building out our training, one of the things we wanted to do is recognize the individuals and the companies who managed to go through and complete all of our training. So we created a certification program. The certification program is based on passing self-paced exams that are online that you can take at your own leisure. And one of the really nice benefits of these certifications is that we provide digital badges upon completion. These digital badges can be verified online. We have a directory of all the individuals who have passed our certification program. So companies who are looking for help around QuerySurge can kind of find people. And it also has some great labor market insights and some other benefits that I'm going to showcase throughout today's session. And one of the other things the content portal has is not only training and certifications, but it has a lot of links and easy navigation steps to a lot of the other resource content that QuerySurge provides. So whether that's white papers and case studies, knowledge base articles, pricing, videos, all that stuff can be accessed through the portal. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So with that, let me go ahead and start our demonstration. So I'm going to navigate to the QuerySurge homepage. So the portal is designed specifically for customers and partners. So you will have to be a customer and partner to access it. The only exception to that would be anyone who registers for a certification will also get access to the portal. So if you are a customer and you want to request access to the portal, the way to do that is if you go to our homepage under the first navigation link under Product Tour, you will see that there's a section for the QuerySurge customer portal. If you click on that link, it will take you to a new page, and you'll see right on the right-hand side of this page, there's a section for request portal access. So all you need to do is put in your information, first name, last name, title, company name, and email. Make sure the email address that you use is your corporate email. We do not grant access to individuals that put in Gmails or personal email accounts. So make sure it's your corporate email. And then what will happen is after you submit this form, it usually takes about 24 hours because there is a manual review process involved. But then you'll be sent an email which will provide you access to the portal. It'll provide the link as well as a temporary password where you can get in. If you are a QuerySurge partner, the process is slightly different. You would navigate to the partners section, and what you would see is a partner portal link. And if you click on that partner portal link, you'll see there's a similar request form for requesting portal access. So the process is the exact same. You put in your information, you'll make the submission, and then that will provide you access to the portal. Once you've provided access to the portal, that will take you to the portal homepage. I'm already logged in here, but let me log out and take you to the screen you'll initially see. So you'll see this welcome screen. Welcome to the content portal. You'll have a login button. You'll also see a login button in the upper right-hand corner. If you've gotten to this URL and haven't registered yet, you'll see there's also request access buttons on the bottom for customers and partners. That'll just take you to those links that we were looking at earlier that allows you to register. But assuming that you've already registered for the portal, you have the ability to log in, and you'll go ahead and select your username or type in your username and password. I have these pre-saved, and click the login button. So when you first log in, you'll see there'll be some announcements up at the top of the page, and you'll see that in this welcome tile, there's a key indicating what the different sections are meant for. So you can see this kind of pale green are informational tiles. So they're just used for basic information. The blue is for training courses. So we have a bunch of training course content. The silver is for partner materials. So this is content that is specific to our partners. So I'm not going to go through this section, but what it has is a lot of go-to-market content, sales materials, anything that partners would need from both a pre-sales and delivery standpoint. And then next, we have a certification section. So the gold tile will indicate the certifications as well as the different certs that are available to be taken. So if I scroll down below, you'll see the tiles. You'll see the color coding as well as the order in which they're displayed in. I'll go through a few of these just to give you an idea of the type of content and what's available. So the first one, content portal overview. All this contains is essentially a video very similar to what I'm providing right now. So for anyone who's new and wants a quick walkthrough of the portal, they can click on this video and it'll give them some high-level guidance. The Information Center is exactly what it says, has a great place to get lots of content. So if you have questions about QuerySurge, there's an FAQ. Any technical questions, you can submit a ticket directly to our team. Sales-related questions, we'll navigate you to a specific email address where you can get those answered. If you want access to our knowledge base, you can click on the knowledge base link. It'll open up our knowledge base. Pretty much search on anything here related to QuerySurge. You want to know how to create a connection to Snowflake. You type in Snowflake into the search bar. You'll see articles suggested articles will pop up, and it'll give you step-by-step instructions on how to do that. So going back to the homepage of the portal, you'll see there's also a news section. Typically, this is where we put any new release information. So you'll see we have articles for all the different QuerySurge releases. Latest one is 10.2. The big feature there is single sign-on authentication. And you can click on that link, and it'll take you to a page that'll have some details regarding that. Going back to the homepage of the portal, you'll see that there are a bunch of tiles for partners. As I mentioned, I'm not going to go into these in detail because these are specific for partners. But again, great content there. We have go-to-marketing content, anything related to sales as well as delivery. So definitely recommend any of our partners, if you haven't gone in there here, definitely navigate through these sections because there's a lot of great information. And next we get to the training area. So you'll see all these blue tiles are related to training courses. The first tile, I should say, is recommended training. So recommended training will give you a training path on what you should go through if you're new to QuerySurge. So for recommended training, if we navigate into that section, what you'll see is it's broken down step by step. If you haven't done any ETL data testing before, even before you start working with QuerySurge, we have some great background material. So you can see in these sections, it gives you an estimation of essentially how much time it may take to go through all the content. For this initial background, we have a PDF overview just to kind of set the context of what it is you're going to be learning about. We have a specific training class called Fundamentals of ETL Testing. Again, this isn't even focused specifically on QuerySurge, but just general best practices when going about testing for ETL processes. And then we have a certification that you can go ahead and take. The certification, again, not based specifically on QuerySurge, but just best practices in the ability to deliver ETL testing. We felt this was valuable because it, one, gives anyone who's new to the industry the ability to kind of learn and get certified in the general principles. And this establishes a great foundation for then working with QuerySurge later on. So if you've already done some ETL testing, you've been doing this manually for some time, you might say, I don't need to go through that. I just want to learn QuerySurge. Well, you could skip that first section and go right to section 2, where you can download and install a trial. So it gives you the steps, what you need to do, and some basic information about the different trial options that are available. Then the recommendation would be go through the tutorial. The tutorial is embedded in the product, but in addition, we give you access to the PDF right here. So if you want to bring it up and work separately from your deployed instance, you have the ability to do so. And then what we have is our recommended training classes. So you'll see we list them here. Fundamentals of QuerySurge is the basic course around the product itself. So how to navigate through the product, the different sections, what they're used for, basic walkthroughs of implementation. And once you go through that, one of the things you're going to learn is to do some of the types of transformation tests that are typically needed in data testing. You're going to need a little SQL knowledge. So we even have some SQL courses, but these are a little different than SQL courses that you would find online, where SQL courses online are really focused around syntax. The QuerySurge courses, SQL courses, are focused on the types of transformations that you typically need to do in data testing. So it'll give you a problem and say, well, here's a transformation that you typically need to do for a test, and here's the SQL that goes along with it to solve that problem. And then below that, you'll see, go get certified in the product itself. And there's a couple different sections if you want to go next level for administration and so on. So that's our training path. So you definitely can go through that step by step, or you could just take the courses individually that you feel are most applicable for what you want to learn. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drill into this Fundamentals of QuerySurge course. And what you'll see is it will have a basic overview of the course, and then it's broken into these different modules. So design library, design time runs are examples here. And then each one of these essentially has a book of content that goes along with it. If you left off from a previous step, you could track your progress. So you can see I already completed the design library section. So the next section I need to work on is design time runs. So if I want to, I can just click on this area. It'll take me right to that specific section. What you'll see are these sections are comprised of a couple different components. There are slide decks, or I should say videos that you can watch and will provide you guidance on what you need to learn. If you don't want to watch the video, but kind of want to go through the content at your own pace, you can navigate to the slide deck. And then the slide deck is embedded, and you can kind of navigate through and look at the slides at your leisure. And then each section, or at least the majority of the sections, will follow up with a lab exercise. And the lab exercise is meant for hands-on work. So you can see it gives you navigational steps of the different tasks that you'd want to perform, and then what the expected output would be from QuerySurge based on the entries that you enter in. And then once you're finished with one of those sections, you have the ability to then mark that off as a completed section. So next time you come in here and next time you go around, you'll know where you left off, so you can pick up that class going forward. So once you've gone through some of our classes, kind of the next step might be the certification process. So you have the ability to get certified. You'll see that there's a tile on the homepage of the portal for certifications. It lists all the different types of certifications that are available, some basic information about each one, and also gives you the ability to register for the certifications by clicking on these buttons. So for instance, if I wanted to register for the QuerySurge Certified Practitioner, I can click register here, and that'll take me right to the enrollment page where you can go ahead and put your name, your email address, and then it will take you to some payment information. Notice there's a coupon code. We make these certifications free for our customers and partners. So if you are a customer, reach out to your sales rep. They'll be able to provide you the code. If you are a partner, you can reach out directly to me. I manage our partnership program. I can get you the code that's necessary. And periodically, we do run specials for the general public, where if anyone wants to register for a certification, we provide some discounts on that as well. But once you get registered for a particular certification, what happens at that point is you will have that certification now available on the QuerySurge portal homepage. So you can see I've registered for these 4 certifications, which means they're already listed. These tiles would not be there until you register. Once you register, those tiles will now be present. So just to show you what the certification looks like, if I drill in, you'll see what it will do is it will give you the prerequisites, some exam topics, provides all these study guide information that you would want. Some of them obviously are the courses that are in the portal, but we have some links to some other content that is in our knowledge base that may also be helpful. And then depending on the certification, there may be 1 or 2 exams that you need to pass to go along with that. And you'll see that the exams are available on the bottom. So you can click on these links and it will take you essentially to attempt the exam. All the exams are online. They're assumed to be open book. But because of that, the questions come at you kind of pretty quickly. Won't give you enough time to look up every answer. But it is a good gauge to determine if you're able to answer these questions, the amount of time allotted that you learn the product and know it well enough to be considered certified. This practitioner certification has a multiple choice exam, which is based on general knowledge, but there's also a second portion where you have to do some work, and the questions they ask you is based off of the results. So after you run some tests, if you did it correctly, you should get these results, and that's how the questions are geared. Once completed, you will get a digital badge that you can then share and make available through social media channels and will be listed on our directory. So just to kind of show you how that happens, I'm going to go to the QuerySurge homepage, and you'll see that we have a page for our certification program. Not only can you register for the certifications here as well as from the portal, as I showed earlier, but if I scroll down, you'll also see there's a See Who's Certified button. And if I click on that button, what it does is it has a directory of all the people who have been certified with the various different QuerySurge certifications. Not only that, you can search for either a specific badge, specific skill, or a specific earner. So for instance, if I wanted to see what I've been certified in, I can click on earners and type in my name. And you'll see I come up. And if I click on myself, you'll see I pop up here with my picture and the certification that I have passed. Now, if I drill into one of these certifications, it'll tell you when it was issued. It has a verification link. So if someone wants to verify, is this certification still valid? You can click on this verified badge and you'll see that it will check to make sure that it is active and valid. It'll have some skills that, assuming that you have passed this certification, these are some of the skills that you should be equated with. And one of the nice things these skills has is they have some great market metrics. So for instance, because I have passed this certification, I should be pretty proficient in data testing. So if I click on this data testing skill, what you'll see is it shows a bunch of different titles that might be associated with that data testing skill. It'll show the locations of where jobs are that are related to those skills, salary ranges, top employers. So a lot of great content here. And these also have drill down capabilities. So if I wanted to see some job titles for, let's say, a data scientist, I can go and actually look into some of these different listings, and it'll take you to a job site where you can actually apply to these jobs right here. So really interesting stuff that are related to these digital badges. But again, these badges are great. One of the things we tell people to do is they give you the ability to promote them on your social media channels. So whether that's LinkedIn or Twitter, Facebook. So we definitely recommend, if you do go get certified, to go ahead and promote that on all your different social media channels to let people know and make them available, or make it, I might have to edit that last part, to go on social media channels and to make it known that you have passed and gone through the certification. So that concludes our high-level overview of the training portal. I hope you found it informative. And we're going to now go over to the Q&A section.
Awesome. Thank you, Eric, for that. I see in the green room now, we're about to go live. Let's do it. Hey, Eric, welcome to the QuerySurge event.
Hey, Joe. Great to be here.
It's awesome to have you. So I just want to make sure, right now, are you offering free training? Someone just dropped a code, Test Guild 2023. Could you just explain a little bit what that is so people can take advantage of it right away?
Yeah, that's for certifications. So what we do is, if I believe that is part of the people who are registered for this event, you can put that code in when you go for the certification page, when you go to kind of check out. And I believe it's going to give you free certifications for any of the certifications that we're currently offering.
Awesome. So people definitely should take advantage of it. And there'll be a follow-up email with this info as well if you missed that. All right, Eric, let's get to some of the questions here. 1 second. First one is there any limit? Not that one. Is the training accessible using mobile devices?
So yes, it is. The Moodle website, which is the host for our portal, is a responsive website. So the training that is available on the site should be pretty accessible through mobile devices as well. It should kind of scale properly, and you should be able to take the training that way. So great if you're taking that train ride into the office and you have some time, you can kind of go through some of the content while you're commuting if needed.
Actually, yep. Excellent use of time. Next question is, do you need to be a customer or a partner to access the training portal?
So the short answer is yes, unless you get registered for one of our certifications exams. Because if you do, obviously you'll need access to the portal to go through the training and get certified. So if you kind of go to the portal request page we're going to check to see if you're a customer or partner, and if not, we'll kind of get a response that says it's only available to customers and partners, except if you go and go register for certification. If you do that, then you will be granted access to the portal as well.
Great. Philip wants to know, considering that the training and certification will help the individual to grow and also share RTTS's name on social media, win-win situation, why can't I register if I am unemployed with a Gmail address?
So the reason behind that is we do want to know who's taking our certifications and going through the training program. We want to try to weed out competitors and those types of things. That being said, if you have a specific need and it is something you are interested in, I would definitely say send an email or reach out to RTTS. We can make exceptions in certain cases, but that's the reason for kind of the standard policy.
It makes sense for sure. So next question is, are trial versions of QuerySurge made available to go through the lab exercises of the training classes?
So the answer to that is yes. If you go to the QuerySurge homepage, what you'll see is there's a try it free button in the upper right-hand corner. There's a few different options there. There's a cloud trial, which you don't even need to install the software. It'll just give you a URL. That's limited to 3 days, but it's enough time to kind of go through the tutorial and go through some of the basics. If you are going to get certified in the product, I would recommend downloading the installer. The installer comes with a 15-day trial that you can install, and that should be enough time to go through the training material and the content if you need to utilize that for the certification process.
Are there any specific requirements for the machine that someone needs in order to have QuerySurge on their local laptop?
So yeah, there are certain requirements. Those requirements are listed on our website. If you go to the knowledge base and you search system requirements, they'll come up. What I will say though is if you're not doing any heavy volume testing, in most cases, QuerySurge can just be deployed on a regular laptop. So it's pretty minimal. The one question I do get quite frequently is, can the installer run on a Macintosh? And unfortunately, the answer is no. However, if you can run some type of virtualization in your Mac, whether that's a Linux install or a Windows install, you can then deploy QuerySurge on that and you'd be able to run it. So the minimum specs are pretty small. So most laptops are powerful enough to at least install it to go through the training.
Perfect. I think you kind of answered this already. Can I associate my personal email account to the certification I earn?
So the answer to that is yes. You need to register in the portal using a corporate email. But if you go and get certified and you get a digital badge issued to you, you can associate your personal email account to that certification. You can even change, I believe, the service we use for the digital badging is called Credly. Once you create the account on Credly, you can go and change your ID from your corporate to a personal email if you want. Obviously, the reason for that is if you get certified working for company A and all of a sudden you go to company B, you don't want to get locked out of your certification. So you do have the ability to associate that personal email to any digital badge that you earn.
Great. And Eric, those are all the questions we have. I know you're going to be joining us for the roundtable, but for this session, any parting words of wisdom you want to leave the folks here that maybe you think they need to know about?
Yeah, I would just say take advantage of the training. It's free. It's available to our customers and partners. And if you do have an interest in data testing, I would highly recommend going and getting certified. I think the content is great. We've had a lot of positive feedback around it, so definitely take advantage of it.
Awesome. Thanks again, Eric. And Eric will be back, so if you have any other questions you think of, he'll be back for the Roundtable Live Q&A. Thanks again, Eric, and we'll see you in a moment. Cheers.
No, thanks, Joe.
Thanks. Great stuff. Definitely, I highly recommend you take advantage of this training. Like I said, I think big data is going to be so big coming up in the coming year. So QuerySurge, like I said, is one of the only tools I know of that's really tester-friendly, that can really handle all these different situations. So definitely take advantage of that training because I think you're really going to learn a lot and it's really going to help your job skills as well. All right, so next up, we're going to wrap it up with a roundtable discussion with the folks from QuerySurge, followed by a live Q&A, and then we're going to probably bring Bill in and do a final thoughts, and we're going to announce winners. So you want to stay all the way to the very end because we are going to be announcing winners as well. But here's the roundtable followed by live Q&A, and then we're going to wrap it all up. And check it out.
All right. Thanks, everyone, for joining today's session. The session is titled The Future of Data Testing. It's a roundtable discussion with the QuerySurge team. My name is Eric Smyth. I'm the Director of Global Alliances. I have with me Matt Moss, the QuerySurge Product Manager, Rachaud Evans, Director of Product Support, as well as Michael Calabrese, Senior Solution Architect. So before we get started, I'll just do a quick round of introductions. I've been a member of RTTS since 2000. I began my career as a test engineer and then moved to the Director of Educational Services for 12 years. I've worked on a myriad of Fortune 500 clients and sites and have taught and mentored hundreds of quality assurance professionals. I now lead the Partner Alliances program for QuerySurge, recruiting and enabling partners to provide successful solutions for their clients and data-related projects. Next, we have Matthew Moss, our QuerySurge product manager. Matt joined RTTS in 2010 and spent the first 7 years implementing data quality and performance engineering on numerous projects. Since 2017, Matt has been part of the QuerySurge team and is responsible for the product direction. Next, we have Rachaud Evans, Director of Product Support. Rachaud has been with RTTS since 2006 and has implemented projects across the QA spectrum, including functional and performance and data quality spaces. Rachaud now leads the QuerySurge support team and is the forefront of QuerySurge customer onboarding. And next, Michael Calabrese, Senior Solution Architect. Michael has been with RTTS since 2009 and has a QA project management experience in functional, data validation, and data preparation disciplines. Mike leads projects for the QuerySurge Performance Services team and works closely with QuerySurge customers during their onboarding process. So what I'd like to do is just give you a high-level scope of what we're looking to talk about today, and then we'll get into the roundtable discussion. So as everyone knows, we now live in a data and analytics economy. Organizations are making critical decisions based off of the data they're consuming and what they're doing with that data. So the data quality is becoming more and more critical to organizations in this century. IBM says 90% of the world's data was created in the last 2 years, and 79% of organizations have more than 100 data sources. So not only is the volume of data increasing, but the data is coming from more and more different locations, which provides a unique challenge to the testing teams. Gartner also says poor data quality now costs organizations on average of $14 million annually. I refer to these as hidden costs. A application issue is much more in your face, where a data quality issue can kind of be a sneaky issue until no one realizes it's a problem, until decisions are being made, and when they trace it back, they realize it was due to faulty data. So data quality is a competitive advantage that data and analytic leaders need to improve upon continuously. And that's also a quote from Gartner. So the organizations who are able to improve their data quality are going to be in better position against their competition. Which kind of leads us to the topic of today, which is what is the future of data testing? Where do we see data testing going? And how are those challenges going to be addressed? So we have kind of a few high-level topics here. You'll see the first is the current challenges that we see today. Next is how are those challenges currently being addressed? Then we're going to discuss what types of challenges we see in the data being displayed in your BI and analytics reports. And then we're going to move on to the future challenges in data testing and how we see those challenges being addressed. Which takes us to our first area, the current data testing challenges. So the first question I'm going to throw over to Rachaud. Rachaud, as the Director of Support, you are on the front line seeing firsthand the type of challenges that customers are dealing with on a day-to-day basis with their data testing. What would you say are some of the biggest challenges that customers are dealing with today?
Hey, Eric. First, I want to say thanks to Test Guild for having us on, and thank you to the audience for joining in on the discussion. There are a few challenges that we're seeing in the space that our customers are experiencing. The first one I'll talk about is probably less technical and more of an administrative one. It's the age-old challenge of collaboration to get things off the ground. There's always a need to kind of liaise with other teams for the necessary provisions, and that can be difficult sometimes, coordinating the team and getting them together to get everything up and running in the way that you needed to get your testing initiative off the ground. The second is the ability to get the rights and permissions to the various systems that you need to in order to get this testing initiative off the ground. You have to set up the environments, and different teams can be involved in that effort, and obviously getting those teams coordinated can be a challenge. But more specific to data testing, you have the effort and the issues of comparing data from an ever-growing number data sources that you have in your environment. For example, you have on-prem data stores versus cloud-based data stores. You have customer, vendor, owned data that's coming from the customer or the vendor versus the internally owned data stores that your organization has access to. And then you have technology differences, right? Traditional databases, data warehouses. You have data coming from flat files, distributed file systems like Hive and Hayduk, streaming systems, BI reports, cubes. The list kind of goes on and on. So there's a growing number of systems that are being developed, and we have to be able to connect to these different data sources and extract the data from them. And then third, and I think far and away the biggest challenge that we have, is how to test large volumes of data in a repeatable but also efficient manner, right? Large volumes of data are requiring more processing power, and we want to do it as quickly as possible in our workflows, so it's not the critical path of making things a lot slower in terms of execution. And data is coming from everywhere. It's stored for analysis. It's real time or near real time. In terms of decision making, how can we validate that data in accordance with those needs? I think this is where a significant and immediate focus should be given and will be given in the future.
Thank you for that insight, Rachaud. The next question is going to go over to Matt. Matt, you heard Rachaud mention that testing large volumes of data is a challenge that customers are seeing. What type of technical challenges do you need to consider from a product standpoint to be able to handle large data volumes?
Hi, Eric, and hi, everyone. Thank you for joining today. I think large volumes of data is probably the most critical item when it comes to QuerySurge. All of our development effort is focused on how to test your data in bulk at a pace that meets your particular data needs. And because data is moving so quickly, your testing also has to move quickly. One of the big challenges that I've experienced with our customer implementations is that very often the testing hardware is far smaller than what would be in their normal production data warehouses, data marts, or cloud-based infrastructure. So we need to have a system that can test huge volumes of data on relatively commodity-based hardware. And that has been a significant challenge from a developmental standpoint. We've done many things to optimize our analysis process. That way we don't require, say, hundreds of gigs of RAM in order to process in memory. If you have it, we'll do it, but we don't require it out of the box. One of the great things about QuerySurge is we have this concept of agents. And agents allow you to distribute your tests horizontally. That way you can have multiple agents up and running those tests in parallel. And they can run on relatively small machines. We're talking boxes that have 2 CPUs, 4 to 8 gigs of RAM, which is incredibly useful and very available for most testing team members. A lot of our customers will install them on their local desktops. That way they don't have to acquire server-based hardware, which I think is very important. When large volumes of data do come into play with QuerySurge, it's also important for us to manage the data itself in the results. And what I mean by that is, in order to do a proper comparison, and the way QuerySurge does it is it goes cell by cell. It validates every data movement, regardless of if it's an integer field, if it's a large CLOB object. If you want to validate it, we're 100% validating that data source. And because of that, we don't want to store indefinitely all of your results from your tests, because that might require significant disk space. So we have a bunch of built-in features, such as data retention policies that are geared around if your test passes or fails, how long the test has been run in the past. So if you wanted to delete every 3 months, 6 months, or every 10 runs, you can set up those policies in order to avoid taking up a large amount of space So I think our efforts currently and moving forward are all going to be focused on how do we improve performance. And we're looking at very unique items moving forward as well. Things like distributing our comparison a little bit more and using new algorithms in order to reduce the overhead when you're comparing, say, millions, billions of records through QuerySurge on an hourly basis or pretty much any time that a user needs.
So thank you, Matt. Mike, as a QuerySurge implementer, are you seeing the same types of challenges that Rachaud and Matt mentioned? And what other areas around data testing do you see customers struggling with?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. So data in this world is ever growing. As Rachaud mentioned, the data sources, the technologies that are available that companies are pulling in from is ever expanding. And that also adds to the challenge of, how do we test all this data? So as an implementer, it's always important to understand the requirements and the data mappings that come from all these different data sources. So that's one of the biggest challenges is when you sit down to write your test plan or to write your test cases is, what should I be validating here? How is the data supposed to move from system A to system B? And that's one of the things that working as from a testing perspective, the things you need to understand. So documentation, as we all know, can be in varying forms, but it's always best to understand the nuances that can happen as data moves from system to system. So whenever I start a data testing project, that's the first thing I would look at with the team is to say, how well documented are our systems? How well documented are the transformations that are taking place across the systems? And that will tell us, how well we're able to build our tests and our test cases off of that. If there's some information lacking, it's always important at the beginning of those projects to be able to do the necessary interviews amongst the team members to be able to get that information and develop those test cases in a proper format. Rachaud also mentioned team collaboration, and I think that is something that is very important. So everyone from the QA team to the business analysts to the end users to the ETL developers all need to be on the same page as far as what the overall objective is in your data quality space. So having that collaboration amongst the team members, I think is one of the most important things when you're going to, and one of the most challenging things when you're beginning a data testing project. And as you're ongoing with your data testing project, one of the biggest challenges that you can certainly see. So to me, it's the mapping documentation, it's the requirements and the analysis of those requirements to ensure that as data is moving between the systems, that they're properly being validated across the systems.
And just to jump in there, I think you brought up a great point and something that we added in as a development item, which was the mapping fields and tagging fields built into QuerySurge. Based off of feedback that we got from customers and implementers like Mike, we saw that it was critically important for all of the assets in QuerySurge to be somehow linked together. That way you can make sure that you have complete coverage. So whether you're monitoring things and building them in Excel or Jira or any other tool sets, once you bring them into QuerySurge, you can run reports to make sure that all of your tests are covered and pull out detailed coverage reports to make sure that everything in terms of your queries are validating all of the different columns and transformations that might be happening. Additionally to that, what Rachaud also mentioned was the different data sources. And I think that was a major challenge for us, which is as the number of data sources keep increasing, it's very challenging. And Rachaud mentioned this from a permission standpoint, but just a setup standpoint, how to connect to all of those different data sources, whether it's standard sources that most people are familiar with, like SQL Server and Oracle and MySQL, to now newer databases like Snowflake or Azure Data Lake Store, things that might require very unique setups and specific jar files that need to be deployed. And what we have been trying to do, and it's a challenge in terms of development as well as just documentation, is to add as many of these platforms into QuerySurge. That way, team can go right into a wizard, click through, has a nice guide on how to connect to all of those different data sources. They don't need to hunt down the drivers because we try to bundle as many as we can inside of the tool and just make it easier from that perspective. Because I don't think there's a single customer, and I think Rachaud could talk to this, that has a single or even a handful of databases. They're all growing to a point where everyone has 6, 7, 8 databases that they have running at any given point on various technologies and even versions.
Yeah, 100%. I wouldn't even have to go to customers to say that they have a significant number of data sources. We can just say our prospects who are in POCs, proof of concepts, in that phase where they're trying to prove out QuerySurge can cover the requirements that they have, are trying to connect to a significant number of data sources. And again, it's just as a proof of concept. So these data sources are growing innumerably over time. And again, it all kind of goes back to the collaborative effort. Matt talked about making sure that you have the right jar files in order to be able to connect to these different data sources. Well, some of these jar files you're not going to be able to find on the web. You're not going to be able to find in Maven repositories. You're only going to be able to get them from, your DBAs or your admins, and because they are on the actual service on which you're trying to connect. So again, I think there's a theme here, or a few themes at least, but one of them that's most important is that collaborative effort. I think we all touched upon it.
Yeah, definitely. And then going back to what Matt said about the traceability and the collaboration that goes along with that, that not only is important when you're building out your tests, but as you grow in your testing effort and you're maybe looking at changes coming down the line for maybe a more mature ETL testing effort where you're looking at regression tests and a developer makes a change to a specific requirement and you want to see, okay, based on this change now, how many data sources are impacted? How many tables do I need to test? And one of the things I certainly utilize on my projects is that mapping field within QuerySurge, which would easily tell you which of your query pairs you need to rerun as part of your regression suite to capture and verify that this change that was made in the ETL process isn't impacting anything that's existing that's part of your data system. So traceability, collaboration, as with all testing, is extremely important. And even more so with data testing, as we said at the outset, that some of these data defects may not even be that visible. So it's not apparent where, if you're doing functional tests, a drop down doesn't work or an image isn't displayed correctly. But within the data sets that you're looking at, a value may be off by a couple of percentage points where, that has a large impact on the downstream systems.
Well, thank you guys. I think we did a great job of kind of laying out some of the current challenges that are out there. I'd like to shift gears a little bit and talk about some of the solutions and how some of these challenges have been overcome. So I'll start with you, Mike. What guidance did you provide, or what were some of the processes that you put in place with one of your customers that was able to add significant value to address some of these challenges?
Yeah. So recently, still working on a project with a private equity firm. We came in, I want to say, a couple of years ago now, and basically they have a large ecosystem of an ETL process where there's a main application that the end users input all of their financial statements, their trading information into, and that information gets fed into multiple data sources and goes through an ETL process. Ultimately, that data lands in a data mart that a BI reporting tool points to. And a lot of the financial decisions, a lot of the direction of the company and the investments that are being made are based off of these business intelligence reports. So it's extremely important that this data is accurate. Now, the testing that was being done prior to us coming on site involved a lot of data sampling, maybe some row counts to make sure that the record sets aligned. But it really didn't take that deep dive that was needed to verify 100% of cell by cell comparison that QuerySurge can provide. So in coming on site, we're able to utilize QuerySurge to implement an automated solution where we would look at each one of the ETL legs as data moved from that source application through the ETL process, through numerous transformations, ultimately ending up in a BI report. And step by step, we're able to verify that the data has moved correctly along each of those ETL legs. So what would normally have been a sort of sample and review of a small subset of the data that's populated in these databases was able to expand out and verify that the completeness of data was happening amongst all of their records. So that obviously, if you were to do that manually, would take quite a bit of time. Utilizing an automated solution like QuerySurge obviously speeds that testing up. And that's really, our goal with the QuerySurge tool is to provide that data quality at speed, to allow you to do those types of verifications, give you the confidence in your data, especially when it is as important as it was for this client and a lot of other companies out there when they're looking at analyzing these BI reports and making those important business decisions off of them.
Thanks, Mike. I think that's a great point. I think one of the things automation really adds is the ability to expand the scope of your testing, going from, validating a small fraction to a much larger percentage of your overall effort. Next question I'll put to Rachaud. Do you have any specific customer stories that you want to share based on some of the challenges we mentioned and how we were able to help customers overcome those challenges?
Yeah, sure. So we had a pretty prominent and relatively recent implementation with a large bank based out of the UK. I don't know if I could say their name, but it rhymes with Smurge and Shmoney. But basically, the project involved a data migration and modernization where they were trying to flow data from source mainframe systems into their AWS, actually, data lake. And, that's structured on Hive and Hadoop. So they had 200 different data sources in which they were trying to do this. And the first challenge was to convert the data to ASCII from their mainframe so that it can be compared with the data in the Hive tables on the target side. And luckily, QuerySurge offers the capability to provide that conversion to ASCII for those mainframe files. And it can be done in such a way that there's nothing that you have to do outside of the process. You can do it internal to the process. So it's not an external thing where you have to convert it and then connect to it and pull the data from those files. It's done on the fly during the test. So that was something that allowed us to consolidate the testing effort, and it brought down the testing time significantly. The second challenge was to connect to their Hive environment via a Calabrese authentication system. Now, this provides a lot of challenges technically because you have to do things like get the key tab and get the right information and the authentication types. And this kind of harkens back to what I was saying earlier, right? We need a lot of collaboration with different teams. And so we had to certainly have several teams on our calls, not only to gather the information, but we had to test out the connectivity. And what happened was we would test out the connectivity, but the key tab wasn't created correctly, or that key tab was created too early and had expired. So we had to get a new one, and the back and forth a little bit on that. But eventually we were able to get to the point where we were able to connect via that Calabrese authentication and pull the data from the Hive infrastructure, and then perform the test pretty seamlessly after that. And once we got through those initial steps, the testing was straightforward. It obviously shortened the amount of time because we're doing it in an automated fashion like we were talking about a little bit earlier, and it allowed the bank to get a significant amount of ROI on what their data defects were in a much shorter amount of time than the previous way that they were testing it.
Great. Thank you, Rachaud. I'll send the next question over to Matt. Matt, can you describe maybe a feature or two that you incorporated into QuerySurge that was able to solve a distinct challenge for one of QuerySurge's customers that they were dealing with?
Definitely. A lot of our brand new features and a lot of our features in the past have actually come out from inspiration from our customers. They have identified a problem. They have no great solution for it, and they're looking for us to help implement that particular solution through QuerySurge, because we're all dealing with this data realm, and there's not many tools out there to help you validate data in bulk. As Mike mentioned, a lot of customers are connecting to BI tools to display their particular analytics for stakeholders. They might be running reports on a live basis where it's live data where anyone can go in and check to see what revenue statistics are going on, or maybe how the business is currently operating, or they may be sending those out periodically. And one of the big challenges that we had from a lot of our customers and even some of our consulting engagements was, how do we test this in a meaningful manner, and how do we test it fast? Because if you use a tool like, say, Selenium or if you use a tool that is doing some type of functional automation on the front end, when you have a large amount of data points, it's going to be very tricky to automate that approach. And what we've also experienced is that many companies have multiple reporting tools. They might be using Power BI in one area, they might be using MicroStrategy in another, or Tableau. So what we have done in terms of development is we have added features specifically around these incoming requests. And one such example is our BI integration. So we wrote a custom JDBC driver that's built into QuerySurge where you can treat your BI reports as a standard data source. So if you wanted to pull data from a visualization that might have 10,000 plot points, you can compare that with business rules and other validation against it to validate the entire report itself. You don't have to worry about having some functional automation click on each field and validate each area, or have someone manually go through and validate those. A few other examples that we've integrated into QuerySurge based off of customer feedback is items like thresholding. We found that when you start to deal with more live data sets, there's never going to be a one-to-one map when you're dealing with an ETL transformation. So you might have a source system that is getting constant data, and that's being pumped over to, say, a data warehouse or data mart, and that might be delayed by 5 minutes or so. And no matter when you try to test that, there's always going to be constant changes happening on one side. And what we got requested was, could we do a fuzzy match? We are fine as long as the particular, say, numeric field is within plus or minus 1% or plus or minus 100. And so with QuerySurge, you can add thresholds to any number of columns. That way you can do a fuzzy type match for those less sensitive or highly influx data points where you're never going to be 100% accurate. Lastly, another item that we added that I think is important to discuss is our query wizard. Dealing with data sets and dealing with multiple databases, it's very challenging for a team member to have knowledge across the board on how to connect, communicate, and query data from different data sources. So what we did is we added in a query wizard. So that way non-technical team members can do all of their testing through a graphical interface. Rather than having to get into the SQL or writing some complex logic, they can use the wizard, drag and drop items around, and easily build tests that could be expanded later or kept as is. And I think those were really useful functionalities that we added in to help particular teams with their testing needs.
Thank you, Matt. That kind of leads us in pretty well to our next topic. I know that you mentioned some of the drivers that you developed for BI and analytics tools. So we're seeing more and more of that in the space. So Mike, you mentioned that your current project deals with validating data that's eventually making its way to these analytic reports. Can you provide some insight into some of the unique challenges testing data on the report level and how you're helping your customers solve those challenges?
Yeah, sure. And Matt mentioned thresholding. That's one of my favorite features in QuerySurge, especially when you're talking about BI reports, because when you're looking at a BRI report, a lot of this data has been cleaned up, made to look pretty, so to speak, for these visualization purposes. Obviously, the numbers need to match, but there's a lot of unique transformations that can happen because essentially we're not looking at a database in a tabular format where you have your rows and your cells. I mean, there may be some reports that follow that, but great example is what you have up on the screen right now, Eric, is, there's all these different variations or flavors of reports that you can have where you have a bar graph, a line chart, a pie chart. A lot of that data can be manipulated to make these visualizations consumable by these executives and these business users who are going to make those types of decisions. So that leads to some particularly unique challenges. You're not necessarily going to be comparing that pie chart against the tabular data set, but with QuerySurge you can. And using some of our add-ons, you're able to pull in the underlying data for these visualizations and then compare them to, let's say, the data warehouses that populate them. And if you were to sort of chain the tests together, you could verify a singular data point occurring from a source system or a feed input that's happening and trace it all the way through the data ecosystem to verify that as it moves through that system, the value that you're seeing on the report is the value that entered the system. And based on the testing requirements and the mapping, it's accurate. And you can say with confidence that the report itself has been verified. A lot of these different BI reports, as I mentioned, have these different visualizations. So it's important to break down the visualizations, I would say piece by piece. When you're thinking about testing a BI report, you have a lot of information there. When I'm developing my tests against BI reports, it's best to take that visualization by visualization, so to speak. So you'll want to structure your tests such that they point at that singular visualization. And then going back to the mapping and the traceability of it, you'll be able to then figure out what data populates that visualization. Make sure all the tests that you can verify that data are executed to validate that visualization.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. That's really helpful. One of the things I'm seeing more and more on the partner side is partners asking about how do we test BI reports? How do we go about that? Rachaud, on the support side, is that a trend that you are also seeing? What have been your observations in that regard?
Yeah, 100%. I think end-to-end testing or true end-to-end testing is the goal of any testing initiative. And I think when data testing became an important factor in the overall testing strategy. We were testing from our source to maybe our data warehouse, and the data warehouse was the definitive endpoint. That's where everything started from an analytic perspective, but data testing didn't really traverse past that point. Now, I think the demand is that we have to validate our reporting tools, like Mike was discussing, the BI tools, which these informed business decisions can be made. And let's face it, where the bottom line of any organization can grow. It's really what I like to call the difference between data and information. And I think, a lot of people use those terms interchangeably, and I don't think they really can be used interchangeably. Data is what's in your data warehouse. It's the raw information, or I use the word again. See, I did it myself. But it's the raw set of values that you can extract some actionable course against, right? And that's what information is. Information is the ability to take that raw underlying data and make it make sense. What we've seen in the market from our customers and our prospects is that Power BI far and away is the most popular tool by a large margin, but there are others on the market: Tableau, MicroStrategy, Cognos, Click, and a lot of different other smaller tools that are in regular use as well. But regardless of the tool that our customers are using, they have to validate the data that's generating these reports. These are the reports that the decision makers, that C-suite level executives are taking a look at and say, what direction should we go in based off of these reports? And they have to be right. So, we have to track the new tools that are emerging on the market, as I mentioned, some of the smaller tools, and make sure that's there's support for them, because they're growing. There's always new organizations that are creating their own tool sets and putting them on the market. So one of those challenges is keeping up with the market in that regard. But like I said, Power BI far and away outstripes any of the other tools. But even within Power BI itself, there are so many different features that are being developed over time that we have to keep up with that. So I think it's keeping up with the trends, the changes of the existing BI tools, as well as the new BI tools that are coming out on the market.
And I'll jump in there. You mentioned Power BI be increasing rapidly, and anecdotally, I know a lot of individuals that are friends of mine who were not in technology, who have gotten Power BI for free. It comes with their Office subscription at their company. They dived into it just because they have not been doing analytic reports. And now those are becoming much more widespread, even in groups that never used to be in the BI side. So I think while BI reporting has always been very popular, I think with the platforms that are coming out now and the web-based platforms and how easy they are to use, it's becoming even more important to companies. And they're using it on I would say, at least a daily basis for all stakeholders.
Yeah, I mean, I can give you an example from my personal life. My wife has also been working at home, and so every now and again I'll pop into her office, and she was looking at some reports, and at the bottom right I saw Cognos, and I got excited because I was like, those are one of the data sets that we connect to. And she's not in the C-suite, she's not in the executive suite, but she's an end user that needs to generate these reports for her purposes. So it's not only executives and directors that are using these reports, but really just every day-to-day end users who are using these reports to, validate the decisions that they've made and determine the course of action that they're going to take for the future. So again, it's becoming more ubiquitous over time, and we certainly have to be able to support them in terms of our testing initiatives and our testing tools, and then support all the features that they have as well.
Yeah, it's great insights from everyone. It just seems like these BI tools, there's a new one out every week, and there's just more expansive usages of it. So yeah, definitely something to be aware of on the testing side. Matt, you mentioned QuerySurge is developing drivers specifically for extracting data from some of the BI solutions. Maybe you can speak a little bit about the technical challenges that you deal with when trying to do the data capture from these different BI and analytics tools.
Yeah, and I think you hit on one of them. They're coming out like every week. There's a new BI tool, and we get requests for pretty much everything. It is an onslaught. It's great, but it is a huge challenge for us because none of these platforms are really designed in a way that you're supposed to be able to extract this data out. They're meant for end consumers to go and view this information, view the report, understand it, maybe build a PDF out of it. But it's not really meant for an integration with another tool set. They want you to stay in their ecosystem. So what we've had to do is find custom ways to extract data out of systems that try to prevent you from doing that. We have tools like Tableau who have an API, but their API itself is very limited. It actually doesn't want you to pull data from different visualizations. So what we've had to do is build custom drivers for every single BI implementation to pull directly from the visuals themselves. We don't want to crack in and try to mimic what the BI tool is doing against the database. We want to pull exactly what you see on your screen. So if the report was refreshed a week ago and has old and stale data, your test should be able to find that rather than you comparing against maybe a live data set, which doesn't represent what users are actually seeing. So from our standpoint, we've had to do a lot of unique items, whether it be custom scraping, linking into the SDKs for many of these platforms, and as well as trying to mix in different APIs that may get us enough information where we can start to pull that into a tabular format so our users can test against any other platform. One of the main things about QuerySurge is very often you're testing data against different data sets. So you might want to pull data from Power BI and compare that against a Oracle database on the back end. You may want to put a business rule against it, or you may want to test it against another report. So we needed to provide that flexibility to get it into our format. That way you can do those unique types of tests.
Yeah, and I'll just jump in because I know Matt has spoken about the complexities that it takes to connect to these different BI data sources. But as an end user and implementer of QuerySurge, you don't really see that. So when you're writing your query pair, it's as simple as writing that SQL statement using the BI functionality to specify the visualization you're looking at and grabbing that information and bringing it into QuerySurge. So while I appreciate all the hard work that Matt does to bring that information in, for me, from the QuerySurge perspective, it seems pretty easy. So thank you for that, Matt.
And that's what you want, right? You want it to be a black box to the end user of the utility, because you don't want them to have to figure out, how am I going to get connected to this data source that's not a standard data source? There's no instructions on the internet. There's no instructions on the vendor's tool set on how to do that, right? You want it to be a black box. Just make it simple as possible for them. Make it as like any other test that they're trying to run. And if that's the case, you're going to have success.
Yep. And that is an absolute great point. And one of the things when we were first designing our implementation was, you're dealing with, say, a functional automation tool, which may be C# or Java. But everything that you're doing in QuerySurge is focused around SQL. So we designed it in a way that you write standard SQL statements. You pull visualization A, and you want to join it to visualization B, it's select star with a join condition like you would any other database. And I think that makes it a lot easier to onboard someone that may not have experience with, say, functional automation, but has the experience in QuerySurge or has experience with databases, because you just need to know a couple core pieces of information to extract data, and it's all in that SQL layer.
Well, gentlemen, I think we did a great job of kind of laying out, what the challenges are and how customers are trying to deal with those challenges today. So we'd like to talk about a little bit next is, where do we see it going? Where's the new challenges that are going to be coming down the road? And then, how do we see those challenges being addressed? So I'll start it out with Rachaud. Based on what you're seeing from customers, what testing challenges do you see in the near future that customers are going to have to deal with?
Well, I think the first challenge is not really a new challenge. It's just going to be a growing challenge, and that's of data volume, right? It's of data volume in the existing systems and then data volume in the new systems that we're going to have to connect to and pull data from as well. So how do we validate that data? How do we pull that data? How do we store that data with any efficiency? I think that's going to remain a challenge and even become a bigger challenge, or present other sub-challenges because of the amount of data. I think one of the new challenges, or one that's still a challenge, but it's going to continue to be a challenge, is that we're getting data from increasing sources, right? There are different sources. Before it was just traditional databases. And then, we got data from flat files and data from, just traditional data sources. But now there's so many different areas where you can get data from. Social media platforms. You can scrape IoT devices in your house, if your refrigerator needs to order eggs, CCTV, solar panels, all kinds of devices that are being integrated into our daily lives are passing data back and forth, and we need to validate those things at some point. So I think, the increasing data sources, where that data is coming from, how we're going to store that data, and the volume challenge are going to remain challenges for us going forward. And they're going to require some innovative solutions for the curation and validation of that data.
Great. Mike, same question to you. Where do you see some of the future challenges coming from as an implementer?
Yeah, obviously, what Rachaud said, the growing number of data sources is certainly going to be one of those. But even more so, I would say on the testing methodology being used and the processes that are in place. So, having started in the testing space almost a decade and a half ago, when automation was just starting out, we had the waterfall method. Agile became pretty big and is, pretty big today. And where I see this next trend happening is within DevOps. So, going from waterfall to Agile, the idea was to sort of speed up the testing process, speed up the development process, and DevOps has that sort of same mentality. So if you saw my session with the DevOps and QuerySurge, we talked about how QuerySurge is going to sort of fit in that space. But really, I think that's where the future is going, is how do we integrate all of these different testing tools into the pipelines that are being developed for the data space and the development space as a whole. So I think that's going to be one of the key drivers in the challenges of the future, is how does the testing team fit into that DevOps model? And the ability of QuerySurge to be able to integrate with that, I think, is definitely a huge point with the RESTful API, being able to integrate with all those different DevOps tools that are out there in the marketplace. So for me, that's where I see the trends going. Amongst the other challenges that we discussed with the growing data sources, it's going to be how do we test those at speed? How do we streamline the process from development to testing to deployment? And I think DevOps is where that's all heading.
Yeah, from my side, being the partner manager, that's where our partners are trying to take QuerySurge. Is many companies are just getting to the point where they're starting to automate some of their data testing, but they know they need to integrate those tests into their data ops and DevOps pipelines, but a lot of them don't know how to do it. So from a consulting firm perspective or services firm, they're going to need help to be able to get to that next level of data maturity. And I think that QuerySurge does obviously a great job of helping them get to where they need to go. Matt, from a product perspective, where do you see the challenges in the future?
All of the items that Rachaud and Mike are constant ongoing challenges for us. I think in addition to them are platforms like streaming platforms, Kafka, for example, where you have data that is being loaded in real time and then disappearing. How do you link into that and listen to that data flow to make sure that that data flow is correct? We've seen a huge amount of integration with machine learning / artificial intelligence platforms, where data scientists are creating models and using that to drive business decisions. You know, should we change the price of our product and adjust that automatically on the website? Well, how do you validate that? If it's a complex model, how do you make sure that the data coming in is good, the data coming out is good? So those type of validations are very big in our minds. And then the speed of change. So Mike mentioned DevOps. We're seeing that data is constantly evolving. Teams are making manipulations to data sources, pulling in new data items, creating new reports. How does a testing team keep up with that? You know, you're dealing with stuff that is changing every minute. And it's very hard to create test cases. So with our API, we're trying to provide ability for teams to automate that process. Automatically, when some new column gets pulled in, add a test case. Create a whole new set of tweets if a new BI report comes in. And different ways where we can alert individuals that, you know, your coverage is not there, and we maybe recommend that you add these particular tests. So I think keeping up with the change that's happening in the environments and dealing with these new data platforms is going to be a big challenge for us.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Joe, edit. I'm just going to skip ahead a couple slides because I just want to get to the last one before I wrap things up.
How did I miss that?
Just want to skip these. There we go. So I just want to jump to here. So I want to thank everyone for joining today's session. Thank the panelists, Matt, Rachaud, Mike. I thought it was a great discussion. We went over all the challenges that we see in the industry from the data testing side and where we see things going, and what QuerySurge is doing to address those. So thanks again to the participants, for the panelists, and enjoy the rest of the sessions for the event.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. Great session. As you can tell, I need to edit some of these videos even more before I send them out to y'all, but let's see. I'm waiting for everyone to go live here. I see, right, I think everyone is here. I don't know if I see Matt, though. 1 second here. Yeah, there's Matt. All right, we're about to go live, everyone. Let's do it. Hey, welcome experts to the QuerySurge event.
Hey, everybody. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Rachaud, good to see you.
Everybody.
Matt, all right. I hear everyone as well. Awesome. So really great session. This has been a great event. A lot of people really seem to be excited by this. Something that came to my mind, I don't know if you follow site reliability engineering, production type of testing. Does QuerySurge ever tap into like open telemetry and all the things that have been going on in that space? Am I completely off topic here?
Well, I think we're kind of all waiting for somebody else to jump in. Right? But, I'll talk and I'll kind of lead down a path, and hopefully somebody else will. But yeah, I think that's where we're headed. Is we want to get into kind of production monitoring system, where data is not only being tested in their back end, but it's being tested in their live situations where they have live data feeds, live data movement processes in their production environments. And we not only want to test the data and present what the failures are between the source and the target, but what we want to do is kind of give them a dashboard as to say, what's your data health looking like, right? Do we get a red? Do we get a yellow? Or do we get a green? Something easily actionable and say, hey, we got some issues we need to look into. Be able to do things like test business rules, single-sided validations and things of that nature. So I think that's one of the major kind of functionalities and features that we're looking to implement in QuerySurge going forward. And I'm hopefully somebody will tack on to that a little bit.
Yeah, and I completely can add on to that, and that's exactly what we're looking to do with QuerySurge moving forward is these business type rules. We want to make sure that teams can make sure that all of their data feeds, regardless of if their data source is like a standard traditional database or one of these non-common data feeds, maybe something like Splunk, that they can put data quality rules against, they can validate that data and make sure that everything is correct and matching what they see across their systems. We're very heavily working on a rewrite of our entire front end of QuerySurge in order to support these type of dashboard, as well as these more nuance-based tests where you're not dealing with, say, maybe an ETL process where you're checking from A to B, but you're checking, does this data make logical sense?
Great. Yeah, I love this vision. All right, first question up here. You mentioned BI tools that want to hide the data. What about SaaS environments that do the same to hide the data layers for the end users? Anyone want to tackle this?
Sure, I can jump in a little bit on this. So we deal with many SaaS providers, items like Salesforce. We deal with SaaS itself or SAP, and many of these providers do have some layer into the data itself. Unfortunately, when you're dealing with a provider that's blocking everything 100%, the only way we to get to that data is through APIs. Most of these platforms do have good APIs available to them. And with QuerySurge, you can treat that as any traditional data source. There is some nuances to some of those platforms. But one of the great things is we have a lot of partnerships with JDBC driver providers, specifically CData, who provide a lot of connectivity to these more unique solutions. So getting data from Salesforce or getting data from SAP, you can just run a query against the data there. You may not know what's really behind the scenes, but you'll know exactly what's displayed to users when they go to the front end.
Yeah, just to add to that, I was dealing with one of our partners and they were testing a comparison of SQL Server data to stuff that was being loaded into Microsoft Dynamics. And they utilized one of the CData drivers that can connect to Dynamics, able to, again, kind of hide that API layer, where from a testing perspective, they were just issuing a SQL call and they were easily able to compare the data between their local SQL Server instance and what was being loaded into Microsoft Dynamics. So it was a good use case.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we talked about with the BI drivers on the roundtable there. That sort of black box view or hidden view of how the data is accessed. But within QuerySurge, it's as simple as writing those SQL queries to extract that data, just as you would for any of the traditional data sources that you're testing. So really makes, from a testing perspective, it easy to transition from one data source to the other once you understand how QuerySurge works in the SQL that goes into writing these query pairs and tests.
Awesome. So I know there's a lot of plugins. So this is an interesting question. Different question. Has there been a quantity of data that your customers have found to be too big to test with QuerySurge?
I'll kind of jump in here. Yeah, I mean, data, like I said in the presentation, is coming from everywhere, right? So the volume of data is ever increasing, and it can be overwhelming, not only from just a testing perspective and looking at the results, but overwhelming from just the amount of data that's coming in that needs to be tested. So if you're having petabytes of data that's coming in that needs to be tested, there's no realistic way, even if you can get it tested, that you can sort through all of that data and then take a look at what your failures are and be able to make decisions about what needs to be done to address those issues. So what we do recommend at points is to kind of break down your testing a little bit. Can you do subsets of your data where you're taking out data that will exercise the different business rules that you have that you're trying to test, and then that will determine whether or not those business rules can be validated or not, and if there are any issues with them. You can test not only subsets but aggregate your data as well. So if you have in your data warehouse a list of fact tables that you need to validate, you can do a bunch of aggregations on those fact tables instead of testing out each individual fact, and that will allow you to do the same type of validation but with a much smaller subset. So there are definitely ways that you can get around these enormous sets of data that are out, or data items that are out there. But we also have to, from a QuerySurge perspective, start to install or implement different options for faster validation, which are things that we've been working on and are continuing to work on in the QuerySurge space.
Yeah, and to add on to that, there's going to be times where customers are migrating one platform to the another. For example, they're on-prem Oracle, they're going into, say, Azure or AWS, and you're dealing with data that's accumulated over 10, 20, 30 years. And the main factor that we see customer when they can't reach, testing of that volume of data, it's mostly because they don't have the hardware or the time. Accumulating that data took 30 years. They want to test it in, say, a few months. And that's where I think, exactly as Rachaud said, you need to just tune your test and focus on those critical portions. Doing aggregates or focusing on tables that are relevant to current business actions, maybe not focusing on things that are maybe stale data points or not as critical data points. For example, we had one client that was dealing with bandwidth metrics. It's incredibly useful to know, what data people are consuming, how much bandwidth a particular user is using, but maybe that is not as relevant now if you're dealing with data that is maybe 4 years old, and only really used for, I would say, analytical reports.
Great stuff. All right, next question. Are there any syntax limitation for query pairs?
In terms of syntax limitations, there's really none. We do have some items regarding with statements where you have multiple statements in a single query, but we try to support syntax available for all of the platforms we connect to. So if you're connecting to Oracle, you'll be able to use Oracle syntax. If you're connecting to, say, SQL Server, you'll be able to use any syntax that's capable there. We do have some nuances with certain platforms just because of the translations that happen. But we try to support any syntax that could be, possible for a query pair. And we actually have a lot of examples on our knowledge base and in the customer portals, which show multi-statements where you have, say, an insert, a select, or even calling stored procedures and the like.
Yeah, exactly. It's not only syntax, syntactical, like select statements and your where clause and your from clause, but it's being able to access all the resources that are on that data source. So if you have user-defined functions that have been created over time because there are actual things that need to be done over and over again, instead of having to implement it yourself, you got those functions there. You can call those functions. And so, all the functions that are available to that database you can call. So it's not just the syntax, but the actual functionality that's available in that system. Those are all available to you in QuerySurge as well.
Perfect. So someone wants to know, how can I get a QuerySurge expert on site for our projects? To do consulting? Is that like how does that work?
Yeah, I'll take that one. So we do have a services division that can help out with those types of projects. They tend to be shorter term for the most part, but if there are some longer term needs, there are ways we can work with customers for that. So definitely reach out to our team, and we'll be able to assist you and try to point you in the right direction for getting those services that are needed.
Great. And good last question. If you had to choose one add-on Which one do you think is the most beneficial? Obviously, there's a lot of add-ons, but any gems there that a lot of people don't know about?
Well, I mean, I know which one I'm going to pick, probably because I did
Me too. I think we're all going to pick the same one, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, the DevOps for Data add-on really expands the functionality of the tool. If you didn't catch the session earlier on, I recommend it because I do go into a little bit of detail of the different calls. But even on that session, I wasn't able to cover everything. So the trends of things, as we discussed on the roundtable, of moving towards that DevOps mindset, that DevOps process, the QuerySurge DevOps for Data add-on really fits nicely within that scope and allows you to expand and integrate the tool with many different of the DevOps tool sets out there in the market today. So that's my choice, and I'm sticking to it.
Awesome. Rachaud?
Yeah, I was going to say the DevOps add-on as well. It just allows you to integrate so much. But if I had to pick another one, I would say probably a lesser known one is our query pair import export feature. And what that allows you to do is take all of your testing assets, your main testing assets, which we call a query pair, and remove them or take them out of QuerySurge. They'll still be in QuerySurge, but then you'll have an external asset, right? You'll have them in Excel, where you can manipulate and change and even store in a Git repository or something like that for version control. And then you can always import it back into either the same instance of QuerySurge, or if you have other instances, say you're promoting code from dev to test to production, you can actually import the query pairs from that document into your other instances of QuerySurge. So probably a little bit lesser known feature of QuerySurge, but can be immensely useful in certain environments.
Great. Matt?
I am partial to the DevOps API, but for a lesser known feature, I would definitely say Ready for Analytics. I think that compared with DevOps is just a great functionality. Ready for Analytics exposes our backend database, and what that means is you can query any of the data that is in QuerySurge and create your own analytical reports. So if you had some very complex tests or needed to do some analysis and pass that on to stakeholders, you can integrate QuerySurge with your BI tool, which really makes it very unique in that you can do a lot of things that you normally couldn't do in a UI and would be very complicated to do if you were just pulling that data via the BI itself.
Awesome. And Eric?
Yeah, I just think from a flexibility standpoint, the DevOps API is the most robust, but it's going to really depend on your project. I mean, if a key portion of what you need to do is testing Power BI reports, then the BI tester is going to be really the one you want. But all things being equal, I would agree with the panel. DevOps API, definitely the way to go.
Awesome. We have a winner. Awesome. Thanks again, guys. Really great, informative session. A lot of people loving it. So I want to thank you all for your time and for contributing to this event. Really appreciate you all.
Yeah, it was great being here. Thanks, Joe.
Talk to you all later. Cheers. Great stuff. I have an applause, but someone says the applause is blowing out their eardrum, so that's why I haven't been using it. But let me just try it really low, and people could tell me if it's too much. But great session so far. Thank you, everyone, for contributing. Thank you for all our speakers, and thank you so much for QuerySurge for putting this together. All right, last up, I see Bill. And Bill, I'm going to bring you in to actually bring this all around together, and then we're going to announce winners. So I just want to bring Bill in, just give it some insights to have us close the day out before we get to the winners. All right, Bill, we're about to go live. Let's do it. Bill, welcome to QuerySurge Live.
Hey, Joe. How's it going?
Great event. Thank you so much for putting this together. So I just wanted to bring you in just to get some final words and then maybe wrap it all up together and where you think people's next steps should be after finding and learning about all this great content.
Yeah, if you see me all the way to the right of the camera, I'm trying to avoid the sun. It's beating down on me. But anyhow, I just want to clarify a couple of items.
Yeah.
In the last session, our guys were talking about, had a question about consulting services.
Yep.
We have two different kinds. The QuerySurge team, the experts that we had on the calls right there, will provide services we call premium services. It's typically on a package from 10 to 100 hours, really short-term stuff. and that's all on our website. Long-term consulting, we turn over to our RTTS division, where we're more capable of doing. We have customers that want us to implement QuerySurge, want us to implement long-term data testing. That'd be on the RTTS side. So short-term services, premium services on QuerySurge side, long-term on the RTTS side. So either one we can handle. Also, from a training perspective, I know Eric did a nice session on that, showing our Moodle implementation of our training site. Just to be clear, yes, we offer it for free to our customers and to our partners, but we're offering it for free to everyone on this call. So anyone who joined the Test Guild sessions today can access the self-paced training and the certifications for free using Test Guild 2023 as the discount code. You put it on our website, and I think, Joe, you're following up with an email to everyone. We'll include that in the email also.
Absolutely. And just to remind everyone, we will be following up with an email, so keep your eyes on your email. We'll have a link to all these recordings, and that code will be there as well, and also some links to learn more about QuerySurge. All right, Bill, like I said, great event. Any parting words of wisdom you want to leave the folks here?
As I said in my presentation, if you read the Well Quality Report, now there's a big spotlight on data validation. It's been there all along. It's starting to gain more notoriety in the industry. Everybody has to test data. It's coming in larger, faster, more. If you don't, as from a business perspective, your company's going to lose out to your competitors who are analyzing this data, looking at BI reports and analytics, and making critical business decisions based on it. You want the data to be accurate. QuerySurge can help you.
No, it's a great point, Bill. I just want to leave this thought. You keep hearing about big data, IoT, all this information in production. This seems like a perfect, almost like like with that report, it almost shows like we're at that point now where this is going to become a big deal. So if a tester's not on board now, it seems like it'd be a critical time to get there. Do you agree with that?
100%, Joe.
Yeah.
I also think it's a great new skill to add to all the testers' bags.
Yes, absolutely. All right, Bill, thanks again. Thank you for putting this event together. Really appreciate you, and it's been a great time.
Yep. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Test Guild. Really enjoyed it. Thanks, everyone, for joining.
Awesome. Thanks again, Bill. Cheers.
Bye.
All right, so we have winners to our game. So let's see if we have some confetti going here. Let's see if I still have my confetti loaded up here, and we can get some festive. I think I also have, so applause. Thank you, everyone, for contributing. I think I also have some music that has a winner in it. So we're going to announce our winners now. And let's see if this has appropriate lyrics. If not, I will mute it. But let me get this going. And let's see if I get that confetti. But thank you, everyone, for sticking around. Thank you, everyone, for all your questions. Yeah, I don't have the confetti loaded up, but just think of really festive time. Let's bring up the winners here. Okay. Actually, I don't like this song, so I'm gonna stop it. So congratulations to the game winners. We have Shivam, number one. So this is a $100 gift card. And once again, it all depends, I guess, if you're in the US or not. But the folks at RTTS will follow up with you all. Thank you, Oscar, winner number 2. And Aniket, number 3. You both, Oscar and Aniket, you'll be getting the swag bags, I believe. So awesome, awesome stuff. Thank you, Charles, for hanging in here all the way to the end. Thank you for all your chats. Really appreciate it. And really, round of applause for all our speakers for taking time out of their busy day to join us. And once again, I think this is a great event. I think this is the time to get involved, if you haven't already, with the testing big data and getting into it. So thank you, everyone, for participating. Keep your eyes on emails for updates on when the recordings will be available. And I want to thank you all for joining us today. A big round of applause for the speakers and also for RTTS. And once again, if you don't know about QuerySurge, if this is the first time hearing about them, QuerySurge is the smart data testing solution that automates data validation and testing of big data. So data warehouses, business intelligence reports, all the things that you need to test nowadays. So definitely check them out if you haven't already. And you can also learn more about them by that Learn More tab. There's some links there you should definitely check out. And once again, keep your eye on emails that'll be going out with some follow-up as well. So thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, everyone, for participating in the chat. And I'm going to fade to black, but I'll keep the event running for a few moments in case I need to jump back on. But really great time. And thank you, everyone. Awesomeness. And as always, test everything and keep the good. And I'll check you all out next time. Cheers. And I always forget about our survey. So we want to know how well we did, what topics you want to learn more about. Make sure that we're adding value. Also let QuerySurge know about all the awesome speakers of what we could focus in more on next time. And to take advantage of that survey, all you need to do is go to that Q&A tab, and it is live right now for you to take the survey. I'll keep it open for about 10 minutes. So if you could take advantage of that survey, that would be awesome. Just let us know your thoughts, what we could do better. What you'd like to see in future events, that would be great as well. All right, fade to black. Like I said, take that survey, and we really would appreciate it. And I like this song too. It has data in it, so you can jam out to the song while you take the survey. All right, everyone. Thanks again. Cheers.
Show me how to get along. So tell me what you think.